This is a Tactical Genius production. Welcome to Virtual Pool 4 Online.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing.
Well, good evening everybody. Welcome back to Virtual Pool 4 Online. We're here for the last 4 players tonight are going head to head. So we've got 2 matches scheduled. We've got the one lost side match, which is going to start in about 10 minutes time. That's between MC Clarkey from England and BEDHEAD from Sweden. And then to follow that, we have, I'll just get this to work. We've got the match, the winner's side match, the hot seat match between REELPOLANDPOWER from the USA and ALBINARIO from Sweden. So we've got 2 Swedes left, one American who says he's Polish, and one guy from England. Now, this could possibly take up to 5 hours, depending on how the matches go. The plan, of course, is to stick with the first match. They've got 2 hours to get it done. Some of these races to 150 have been taking 2.5 hours, so we don't know how that will go. If it goes in good time, we'll be in for the start of the hot seat match. Now, Steve said he should be joining us, so he should be along in maybe 4 or 5 minutes time. And of course, we've also got Friday night 9 ball. There was 4 signed up to it this morning when I looked, a good number of hours ago. And now we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 in, and there's still spots for 5 more people. It might or it might not be full. I think it's been full the last couple of weeks, all but one, I think. I think last week there was maybe 15, I'm not sure. But it's had a good turnout in recent weeks, which is good to see. So, well, how's this going to go? If there's going to be an upset, then you would have to say it could be between MC Clarkey and BEDHEAD. BEDHEAD's been pretty strong at finishing his matches. Matt got his high run in his last match, and he needs to be on a similar, if not higher level, if he's going to cause an upset with BEDHEAD. The match between Stubb, as we'll call him, and ALBINARIO, well, on paper ALBINARIO is the favourite. If ALBINARIO takes too many risks, gets sloppy, with no Stubb will pop balls. It's whether he's going to start running racks that's the question. And if he can, he could upset probably the tournament favourite ALBINARIO. So anything can happen. That's the beauty of the game. Just when you think you're over the line, if you don't quite get there, you know the other guy is capable of coming in and running out. So we wait to see if that's going to happen. Every possible scenario is on tonight. So we posted our link. Well, I posted the link for these matches in Pool is Not Dead on Facebook. Hope that generates maybe some interest in the matches. But of course, we won't, and we're not expecting to get the high runs that we had last year for the reasons we know. The pockets are narrow, which isn't really conducive to 3-figure high runs, but there's still that possibility. It could happen. Good evening to Matt, and good luck. There's still that possibility, but it's going to take a big effort of concentration and cue ball control to be able to string a 3-figure run. I'd be more than pleased, more than most, to see one of these guys doing something like that. But what I'm hoping for is competitive matches. All players playing as good or at their best if they can, and it makes it all the better and more enjoyable to watch. Oh, good evening to Stubb. You're using the US flag. I've got the second stream fixed rather than the rushed one that I had last week. If you look at the screen, I've been working on XSplit Broadcaster for a few hours, and we're set for the Stub Albinario match. When it comes around, we've got the names at the bottom of the screen for that one.
Hugh.
Good evening to Steve. I think I've muted myself in Discord. Hang on a second, guys. Yes, I had muted myself, Steve.
I noticed you changed the channel.
Yeah, it's now VP4 TV. Right. So Steve has joined us. We're looking forward to... Steve, are you going to be able to stay the distance for this? Because this could be 5 hours.
Yeah, I was planning on it.
Yeah, well, it could well be, depending on how things go. So we're about 5 minutes away, and I'm going to leave it all up to Steve to explain to you guys how either of these 4 players is going to win their match tonight.
Boy, that's a
just throw him into the
that's
deep
a
end.
good one. Well, I think in this first match, Bedhead is definitely the favorite. But McClarkey has shown some. He's got good touch. He's shown that he can make big runs.
Sorry to interrupt, Steve. Bear in mind, Matt's listening to you, and so is Stub.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, he had his high run last time. I think he's improving. Bedhead's going to need to play. I think if Bedhead does not have a good day, he definitely can lose. So this should be a good match. I'd make Bedhead the favorite, but Matt certainly can win this. I think in the second match, Albin is definitely the favorite in that match. We'll see. It's going to come down to mistakes. I mean, we'll see if Stub plays better patterns and doesn't do crazy things, because that's going to catch up to you, and especially in a longer race. If it was a shorter point goal, Stub would have a better chance.
Yeah, I agree with that.
A longer one, you're not going to always get the lucky roll or this or that I think he's going to need. But we'll see. I mean, he's certainly capable. I just think he's got to play better straight pull than he has been. Yeah,
he's the only one that I've watched. I've been keeping an eye in the lobby all week because I've been off all week. And in fact, all tournament, Stub has put no practice in at all as far as online's concerned. I don't believe he's the type that plays offline. So he thinks he can wing it. He thought he could wing it all the way. It's worked so far. He's got to the hot seat. But it might be one step too many. That's what I think.
Well, I think pull skill-wise, he's, one of the better ones as far as, being able to make shots. He's good at shooting difficult shots and juicing up the cue ball. But, straight pull is going to be a lot about playing good patterns and making good decisions. And I think that's where his weakness is.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. I mean, I think they're both going to be good matches. I don't think either one is written in stone who's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be exciting.
Yeah, good day, bad day, that could be it. You just don't know how it's going to turn out. So, and of course, we'll keep an eye on Friday night 9-ball, what's happening there. There was 11 in at the last check. It might not be a full house tonight. Depends whether some are maybe going to watch the matches or join in the tournament.
Yeah, we're a little bit light on players right now for a Friday, which I'm not sure what's going on, but I've never been able to predict. There could have been 80 people in here right now or 20, so
yeah, we're getting there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'll get 14 in, and there's about 2 minutes to go. I think we'll be lucky to get a full house tonight, but it's still not bad.
Right.
Well, good evening to everybody in the stream, everybody that we've missed that's dropped in.
Well, Hairpig is making a pretty big prediction there.
Well, that's a very strong possibility. They're two of the best players in VP, so there's a very strong likelihood it could be all Sweden.
Right in stone. Well, I have to agree with them. They're both the favorites, but I don't think I want to write that in stone where they're both going through.
Yeah. I wouldn't put money on it because anything is likely to happen and could happen. We could have our first fine of the tournament tonight. There's something to look forward to. You know how things have to pan out for that to happen, don't you?
Yeah. What's the over under on how many minutes till Stub gets muted?
Well,
that's the bet we need.
Well, it'll be the first bad shot, I would say. That could be within the first 2 or 3 minutes. So, we are good to go by the look of it. The room is up. Probably missed a lag, or I'm in the middle of the lag. No, I'm good.
Oh, we only have one in right now, Bedhead.
Cloth at the right colour.
And look at him being smart, practicing the lag. Now that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you've got your mouse dialed in, I said the other night there, you've got to be looking to get well inside that first diamond in the long rail when you're lagging up and down the table. So anyway, Bedhead's at the bottom of the screen.
Well, I think the break's really important in straight pool. Whoever has to break is at a big disadvantage, and the better the players are, the bigger it is, because somebody could pop off a big run right off the bat.
Yeah, well, Matt, I wonder if he's practiced his break. He's going for the side rail. He's putting loads of left English on it, looking to come into the pack. Big time.
He's the first person to do something silly, and it's on the first shot. This is...
Yeah.
I mean, that is just...
Well, he won't want to see that again.
That's like announcing to the world, I don't want to win this match.
I have a small request, says Steve-O. In billiards, could you extend the time of the very last screen after last ball is spotted? That was like that right from the start, Mark. You can't see the scores at the very end of the game. You don't have a pop-up screen that shows you the result. It just ends the match, and then you're out the room, or you're into the next game.
Oh, you're talking about the multi-game match?
No, I mean if you're playing a game of billiards, no matter whether it's a short game or a long game, when it gets to the end of the match, you don't get a chance to, unless you're sitting looking at the HUD before it finishes, to make a note of what the result was.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that, because I thought that there was 3 or 4 seconds when the when it comes up with the match over pop up that you've got that you can look at it.
Well, it's years since I played it, so I couldn't say yes or no. I haven't a clue.
I thought all the games worked the same like that. That the match over pops up and it lasts about 3 seconds, and then it goes down and you exit the room.
Oh, that does, but it doesn't. Does the HUD stay up on the screen at that time to show you the score? I don't know whether the background HUD stays up.
I thought it did, but
maybe those guys can confirm.
I only wrote most of the software. I don't know how it works.
So anyway, bad start from Matt. Poor lag, not pure lag, good enough lag, but just wrong choice of break shot.
Yeah, well, what Bedhead needs to do is really punish him. Just say, pop off 50, 60 or more, and, make him pay for that kind of silliness off the bat. I mean, I think when you get up into the end of this thing, mistakes become a lot more important because you're playing guys that are better players.
Yeah, you'd expect more severe punishment at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, if you look at a guy like Albin, who's been averaging, what, 25 balls a turn. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, and there's a good chance that somebody like Bedhead's going to do that or more in this match.
Well, he's going to
I
have
mean,
to do a bit of work here, though, off this 2-ball. I think he can get to the 14. But,
I think this is a good play. I think
oh
he's
no,
trying to shoot the 7
maybe
here.
the 7.
And I think that's a good play because he can get in and move these balls. You know, run into the 10, you're probably going to come up with a shot on something. Now, this is the kind of shot where if you're not sure that you've got enough 7-ball, you want to hit this a little right English, and so it throws a little. Yep. So that's good. Now he's got the 8 to get on 10 and 15. The 12 goes in the side pocket. I believe it's tight, but I think it goes.
Forgot to start my clock.
Well, he tried to bump those right off the bat, which probably wasn't a terrible idea, but he just moved the ball that he could have used to separate those 2 balls if he needed to.
Well, the
Yeah,
12
that's the
goes into
thing
the
about,
side, though, if you can get there.
I believe the 12 will go on the side. It's a little tight, but I believe it does go. He's probably going to try to bump him again, which is a little dangerous in this situation because you can get stuck if you're not careful.
I'm just looking to see that 12. No, it's not a combo up table.
It goes, but you're going to have to throw it a little and you're going to bump the 9 ball. Yeah, he might have been better off leaving that 11 ball where it was and kind of playing around where he could get a shot on that to split up that 9-12 because, you know.
I mean, I think that. Well, I think looking at this shot here, Steve, he's on the 10. He could go up to the 11 and try and drop just down. If he gets good on the 11, he can drop down for that 12 on the side, but he's got to break them again.
Yeah, now that was a good shot. I mean, the problem with that 12 was getting to it was a little tricky, and if you didn't get good on it, then you know you were dead. I mean, that was a pretty good play to split them up there. Well, this one's probably simple enough. He can get on the 11 ball pretty good. I mean, he doesn't have to be perfect on this. He just needs to be reasonable, like that.
I think he'll
probably just stop it here.
Yeah, kill it stone dead, because the angle he would have there would be quite good. Just absolutely stone dead. Oh, look.
Well, he's coming in at the bottom of the 8 ball. He definitely needs to draw this, which he did. And that rack did not break well at all. He's going to have some work to do here. I mean, this is a place where, you know, that 3 ball is, you know, even though that's a good break ball, this is a kind of rack where you're going to want to try to get on that 3 ball and break that stuff up because you've got real problems here. You've got to get those balls split up and you got to sacrifice that break ball and get them split up. I'd be shooting probably the 5 ball there.
Oh, it looks as if he's going in from the bottom side.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got most of the pocket with the 5. If he leaves the 5 ball there, I mean, he can still do it. I mean, when the rack's that intact and you have some gaps in it, you've got to hit it really hard to move the balls.
Well, he must be waiting to get to the 3 ball to take the break. And those bunch of balls there, he had a chance there, but he's got another plan.
I'm not sure what he's doing here. I must be coming back up around for it. Yeah. So he can stun this thing over. I mean, you want to leave some angle on this. I mean, you don't want to get too straight in because you need to get some mojo on the cue ball.
Welcome, Spectre. I think he's going straight.
That is what you didn't want to do.
Absolutely bolt straight. Well, you can take the 10, can you not? I don't know whether he can do a lot of damage, or he's going to run into that 9.
He can get the 9 and 15, and the 15's going to bump the 13 and knock the 4 out. I mean, he almost has to shoot the 10 here. And, you know, the good news about it, he's going to draw it back and have a shot on the 3. He looks like he's shooting the 3, which I don't really get here. I don't know why he wouldn't go ahead and shoot the 10, get something spread out. So that didn't make sense to me. Now he's got the same exact shot he just had. I mean, that decision is baffling. Because now he's not going to have that 3 ball as an escape ball. So, you know, I mean, he'll probably still come up with a shot. But if he doesn't, and it's going to be, what is he doing here? Wow, I don't get this. He's like, it's like he does not want to run balls.
The 9 ball goes, so he's going to have to bail out in the 1. He's looking at the 9. I think the 9 does go. It's tight.
Oh, but this is crazy. I mean, he could have put some speed on that and got the 9 into the 15 and got the 4 loose, and I just don't understand that decision. It's almost like, you know, he's playing scared. He's scared to take a shot and hit it hard or something. Well, he got good on this. I mean, now this one you need to hit it with top and you need to drive through. You don't want to hit this easy. You get stuck like that.
Yeah, he's okay.
I mean, you know, he got away with it, but that's just, you know.
Any other day it'd have been sitting in the 8 ball or the 2 ball there.
It could have hung right up on top of him. You know, he needed quite a bit more speed than that to make sure that he really drove through him.
Welcome, Cobra. You're trying to get square in the 4.
You know, there's a difference between being out of control and hitting the ball hard. Just because you hit the ball hard with a lot of spin doesn't mean you're out of control. You know, when you're going into a catcher's mitt in the rack like that, you know, you can put speed on it and still keep it in control because you know those balls are going to slow it down and, you know, it's not going to go crazy.
Well, regardless of how he's got there, he's in 26. He's got a break ball.
He's going to make it through this rack, and he's got a beautiful break ball and got 2 balls pretty close to just like perfect. I think he'll just you want to stun run this. You want to get forward just a little. You want to have some angle on that 8 and then come off the long rail. Well, there wasn't any run on that stun. I'm sure he was trying to stun run that.
Yeah, dead straight again.
Well, he's probably going to have to draw this back, and, you know, this gets a little tricky speed-wise.
Yeah, when you have to start manoeuvring the cue ball, this is where it then gets tricky to get that shape. You got to nail it spot on.
You know, you got the angle, you can't come out too bad. This way you could come out really bad, and that's not terrible, but I'm sure he'd like a little less angle.
Yeah.
So this is coming in nicely. You know, you can almost stun this over. I put a little draw on. It's going to hit right into the 10 ball. And the good thing about having more angle is you don't have to hit the 2 ball as hard.
Oh, that 11 ball helped him there.
Yeah, he got a little bit on the bottom of that 10 ball and didn't have any draw on it. It just went forward, and that's, you know, that's why he needed to put a little draw on it just to hold it in case it wanted to go forward.
Yeah. Lucky little break there. That 11 ball kept that cue ball away from the pocket.
Well, nobody said there's no luck in pool. I mean, there's definitely some.
Now he's looking at playing. I thought he was looking at that 12-14 onto the rail and kick the 11 in off it.
Yeah, that's sitting a little funny because where the 14's coming in, it's coming in at a funny place on that. I think he'll probably shoot the 11 and bump that 14 ball. I mean, that's, those things are sitting funny. You just need to make sure you get the edge of the 14 ball so the cue ball comes out. You don't want to get stuck behind them.
Good evening to Slim.
And he's going to choose to deal with them another time, which is fine. I mean, he's got plenty of balls he can get over there to them.
Little nudge.
Yeah. A straight pull purist would say don't nudge.
He doesn't need to nudge them when you look at it from this side, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they both go. Well, the 8 certainly goes top of the 7.
The issue is how you're going to get to them. If there was a reason to nudge them, it just would be because there may be some trouble getting to them. But straight pull purists, they don't like to move balls. Well, he's going to have to run into these 12, 14 here eventually. Now would be a good time.
He needs to be careful he doesn't hit it too thin on the bottom of that 14. He could end up scratching if he gets into the cue ball too much. No, he isn't.
He needed to just hit the 12 ball, which he failed to do. I'm not sure if he was trying it or not, because if he was, he wasn't close to it.
And I'll tell you something else. He's not got anything easy here, the way this cue ball's sitting.
Yeah, well, he didn't get to the 8 ball where he could get a shot, and wow, he's calling this combo. That's actually not too bad a shot. I think that's probably an appropriate shot at this point. I think it's the easiest thing he's got. Let's see what he decides to do with the cue ball.
Nice. Oh, that's a bonus.
Yeah, I think he was trying to run into him. The 12 ball got there first. I don't, that situation's still kind of funny. I mean, the 5 ball doesn't go past the 15. And
he might be going for the 12-15 now. I don't know. 12-5, sorry. When he's got the chance. It looks... well, I don't know.
The 8 ball goes past.
Oh, the 8 goes.
So, yeah.
I thought he was going to play for the 5. Might do it now off the 8. And he's keeping well away from that 15 ball, so we know what his break ball is.
Yeah, this is a little funny here. He's not going to shoot the 5 yet. He probably... Now would be a good time to actually stun behind the 15 and shoot the 5. He's going the other way. And this should be okay because he can roll this and get on the 7.
Well, all he needs to do is get on the 14. He should be dead set in the 15.
What was somebody saying once upon a time about the foolishness of that break shot that Matt shot?
Well,
it's only cost him 40 so far.
He's probably thinking that when they broke off that, he's more than likely going to leave a ball doing what you would call a conventional straight pull break. But if you can get it right, which involves a wee bit of practice. You can get away with it. You've got to get that corner ball back to the pack and get the cue ball deep in the corner.
Yeah, he definitely needs to put a lot of draw on this one, because this thing, it's going towards about the middle of the two, but if it gets just a little low, it's going to shoot at the corner. Yeah, he got it up high enough that it got on top of it. That's good. Well, maybe everybody should be going taking brake lessons from Acero.
That's the only, I mean, in the whole tournament, that's the only good break I've seen. I don't know how many matches that is, but it is the only really good break I saw.
Well, one thing about VP is that it's definitely easier to make long shots and shots of the cue ball on the rail than real life. In real life, when you put the cue ball on that end rail, and it is super important that you get it very close to the end rail. You need to be, like an inch or closer from that end rail. And when you do that, even if a ball pops out, it's a big chance to swing at it. In VP, it's a lot easier.
Well, I suppose Bedhead's target now is. I'm not going to say anything because that's usually a commentator's curse. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Exactly.
But
this rack's sitting good. He's got a good break ball with the 1. He's got the 3 sitting there that he can spread those balls out with, and he's got a number of other ways he could get to them too. I mean, there's no reason why he can't get through this rack and keep going.
Matt's put himself right on the rack, so to speak, with that first shot of the match. Sooner or later you would think, unless something really excellent happens, he's going to get a shot at it.
This is a little funny here, because I see this and I see driving through potentially scratching. So he didn't drive through, which I think was a good decision, even if they didn't. I was looking at saying it's going to hit the 10 and the cue ball looks like it's going to want to go straight forward into the pocket.
He might play for the 13 now just to get a little nudge. I think he's gone straight in it as well. That's what he's tried. He's gone straight.
Well, he can shoot the 9 or the 7 and get back to it. He's got both of them. I would not be shooting this 13 now, because that's the ball you want to split those up with.
Yeah, and he's got another chance to get on it. I don't know why.
Yeah, all he has to do is shoot this 9 with some inside English and hold it and come back. I mean, he could draw back from the 7, but I think the 9's an easier shot. And if you don't get there or something gets funny, you still get the 7 ball. I don't get shooting the
maybe
13.
He's trying to pinch something here. Let's have a look. He can't pinch anything in this.
No, this is...
I think he's trying to get up for the 2 there as well. And he's fallen short. Yeah. You can tell by the waggle of the cue.
He's either going to cut the 2 or shoot his break ball. I don't think shooting that 13 was a wise decision.
Yeah, it seems simple enough to go through and the 9 come back up for that 13.
Well, he does have the 7 ball. And he's on this pretty good. This is a little tight, but I think it will throw. I don't think you can hit this hard. I think if you hit this with a lot of right English and easy, the 2 ball goes.
I think he's taking a lot of convincing on that, Steve.
Yeah. Well, it definitely has to throw to go, because it's not going to go without getting thrown. And, these balls are awful clean, so, that's... Yeah, I mean, see, he can see it the whole ball here, so the other way it would have gone too. I mean, visually, maybe he didn't like it, but it would have gone the other way if it went that way. I mean, the thing is when you're coming at it from an angle, it's going to want to throw the ball, but that's why you got to put English on it. Because from the angle he originally had, it's throwing the ball out of the pocket but the English will counteract that, and you can even throw it back some the other way. So now he's going to try to make a break ball, I would imagine. Bump the 8. And that'll work. It's a little bit high, but it will work.
So the run is 54.
Well, you know, if the way that you get weaned off of doing silly things like the brake Matt tried is this is the way that happens. I bet he's not going to try that brake again after this. This is maybe a medium speed brake. He's going to get the 4 ball. You don't want to hit this really hard. He's got a lot of options on how to get this rack split up. Unfortunately, it's one of these racks again where the balls are pretty close together, but they have spaces. So anytime you run into this rack, it's not going to move much. You're going to have to put a lot of speed on the ball, and he may be doing it right here. I mean, he needs to crank this. He doesn't want to go easy. Oh boy, watch out.
Well, you can.
Well, he tried to not hit it too hard, and as a result, they didn't really move that much. I mean, it's like hitting a pillow when the balls are spread out like that. I mean, the energy just dissipates so fast.
Well, he might be. I thought he might have been working around the 4 ball there, even though it could be a break ball, but it's a break ball for this bunch of balls. I mean, he can get rid of the 5 and go on to the 1.
Well, the 7 ball is a good ball to run into him. I would have played a little more angle than that because you just can't get that much speed.
He's a bit too straight. He's got a little angle.
Yeah, but the reason why I like that because he had 11 on one side and 5 on the other side. So when the ball got into that rack and didn't get through it, which it probably wasn't going to, he had 2 balls that he could shoot. And the more balls you get rid of, then the less safety balls you've got. He's probably going to try to hit the rack here, and this is going to be a little risky.
Good evening to Brain fell out.
I think he wants to come into the 1 ball and not the 9 ball. I think that if he runs into the 9 ball, it's going to be risky. Well, he didn't do that. He tried to get up top.
Yeah, he's left it short again. Now he's in a bit of trouble here because he's going to have to work the cue ball to keep this on another shot. Big
I'd
time.
say this is more than a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's way too much angle. And he could end up spinning into the balls and on nothing here.
Yeah, I think he had his chance on the 5 ball where he could have gone into the 1 ball and moved the 1 and 6 out. He couldn't break the rack really hard, but he could have, moved those 2 balls out and possibly done something.
He's landed perfect now. Well, as good as it can be in this 1 ball to go through them.
Yeah, that was very well played right there.
Oh, well, he's bounced off a ball and then spun forward, and that's why he didn't get any damage on them.
That's the problem is when you hit them hard, then the cue ball goes sideways a long way. So you kind of got to see that and realize, sometimes that was a kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if he hits it easier and gets the cue ball to tuck into the pocket, then it doesn't have enough juice to get through the rack and he could get stuck.
Well, it's up table for the 3 if he can get there. Well, the run ends in 64. Is that tied his high run? Hang on a minute. to double check that. Get to the stats page, or get to the main tourney page.
Well, let's see if Matt can put something together here. And sometimes it's tough when you've been sitting there watching a guy for, it's been what?
Oh no, it's 71.
Minutes?
71's BEDHEAD's high run.
It's been 25 minutes since Matt's, had the mouse in his hand, and that can be tough.
Yeah, but it's it's good. From BEDHEAD's point of view, it's good punishment for the poor break off.
Well, he's got a chance to get onto this 9-ball and move these balls, because he's going to hit the 12 and it might skim the 10, but he'll have a shot on the 11. I mean, he just wants to come across, I think. And well, he went that way, and that, you know what? That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that worked out well. I mean, he hit into that little pocket perfectly.
A couple of break balls if he wants them. 3 break balls one way or another.
Yeah, the 10's a little bit high. I think he's going to want the 12 or the 6. And looking at it, most likely, well, it could be either one. But if I was him, I'd shoot the 10 right now and then shoot the 6, because it solves his problem right away. Because now he's going to have to come back for those. And we've seen what happens there is when players, pass up the easy right in front of you to get on the shot type situation, and then they decide to come back to it later and have trouble getting on the ball. Yeah, you might be able to shoot the 12 ball right now. Yep. All right. So he was successful in getting the problem solved.
Well, the worst thing about this shot is if he's going to take the 3, he's going to be more or less stuck to the rail, which is why he's having to take the 10, I think.
Yeah, well, if you're going to get stuck to the rail, you want to leave angle, because you need to go across the table and come back. If you're stuck to the rail and you need to draw it, that's going to be a problem.
I mean, he's going to end up by the middle pocket here if he rolls the 3 or stuns
he can
it.
take the 10 here. He's just got to juice it up a little. He's got to go forward, and he can get pretty straight on the 3, which is what he wants. Oh, he missed the ball.
Yeah. So the response was only 4.
Wow. Well, the only good thing about that miss is he didn't leave any ducks out there.
Well, as you said, he sat half an hour doing nothing, waiting to get a go, and then he's got a go and tripped up more or less immediately.
Well, he could be sitting another half hour.
Well,
it wasn't a duck. I mean, that shot's not a guaranteed shot for anybody.
Well, he's still got his break ball, so.
All right. Well, McClarky just got a reprieve, so he needs to take advantage of that. I like going forward with this ball. Yep, that's what he's doing. Boy.
Need to hold up. Again. Well, that'll do.
He hit that pretty thin going into the pocket. That's why it came off the rail so quick. Yeah, this is going in right in between the 10 and the 8. You definitely want to put some draw on this. Make sure it doesn't get away.
Well, it did get away.
Well, it did get away in the pocket, so he's okay. I mean, having the cue ball come down may not be optimal, but if it doesn't go in the corner pocket, then you're usually still okay.
Well, now, time to get to work.
Yeah, and he seems to be pretty good when he gets into this sort of situation. I mean, there's going to be some pattern choices. This table's You know, it's got some balls that are pretty close together, but I mean, and that's what you don't want to do is, you know, that's why anybody that plays a lot of straight pool is going to tell you you shouldn't be bumping balls. I mean, especially, you know, if you're bumping them under control and you know what you're doing, then that's fine. But that wasn't under control.
Yeah, because you have no real idea where the cue ball's going to finish.
Right.
You know,
or the object balls.
You know, as hard as you try to improve the situation, you end up locking up balls.
Well, he can shoot the combo or he can shoot the 10 ball, and that's about it. I mean, the 12 goes too, but I don't know if I'd shoot that shot.
Well, he'll take the 10 and hit them again, I think. Hit that cluster of 3. In fact, I don't know whether he can comfortably hit enough of that cue ball to take that 10 comfortably.
Well, he shot the 12, and he shot it well. He's got a bunch of break balls. I mean, I would shoot the 10 here, 10, 5, then shoot the 11. I mean, that's what I don't get. He's got a ball here. All he has to do is roll it forward. I mean, this should be an easy decision. And he underhit that a little, but he's still fine.
Well, to me, I think what's the angle light he's got here? Well, he can stun into the 13 and 4 surely and still be on the 11 at worst.
Yeah, he's got a lot of choices here.
He's hit the 11 full in the face, but again, I mean, those balls go, so there's no problem now. He's lying nicely in the 4. That's taking care of that issue.
Yeah, I think all this thinking is just a real negative because, you know, straight pool's a game where you play areas of the table. So, you know, you don't need to look all over the table. You do that once and see, okay, there's a problem spot or something. You identify that kind of stuff. But when you're trying to run balls, you know, you're looking at just, you know, down here, this section of the table. And if you don't have something that's just, you know, roll or stop and shoot, then you think, okay, where am I going to come out to and to continue? And a lot of thoughts going on here, and that's not good because he's not playing in a rhythm.
Yeah, you're starting to overthink things. But of course, he's desperate not to make another early error. He wants to make a contribution, but as you say, you know, if your mind's on different things rather than just getting that rhythm, seeing the next ball, know where you're going, and then it's automatic pilot.
Yeah, it just puts a lot of pressure on if you feel like you start feeling like, gee, I can't miss or I'm screwed. You know, that's a lot of pressure. I mean, you got to forget about that and just play. But, you know, it's easy to fall into that trap. I've done it myself countless times. Well, that was a good choice there. And just bump this 8 ball and make it a little bit better. You can shoot the 13 then or the 15.
Yeah, this only needs
this 8 ball just a little bit out.
Just a gentle touch, not like that. That's like a sledgehammer. That's a sledgehammer touch.
Yeah.
I mean, that first of all, the object ball he was hitting was always going to get to the hole, so he needed to take the juice off that. You know, 2 or 3 pounds of weight he hitting that shot there, just to
that was
control the cue ball.
Blacksmith. Uh-oh.
Oh dear, and he's run out in it.
No.
Well, that's only 11. It's 2 visits, 1 of 4, 1 of 11. Bedhead's at a 64 and a blank.
Well, Bedhead isn't going to be a blank here. I mean, this table's sitting pretty good, and
Free ball at the head of the pack, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the 3 ball. I mean,
Could use the 8.
that's fine for a break ball.
So he's got the bailout ball up table, so he can certainly get himself good on the break ball if he wants.
Yeah, I don't really like leaving that 13 for the last ball because getting a line off it's a little tricky. If I was going to leave it as the last ball, I'd want to go 2 rails, end rail, side rail, and out because you're rolling on a pretty good line.
Yeah, he's probably going to. Is he going to roll the 2 onto the 13? I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to just get this pocket weight. He doesn't want this 2 ball to hit this ball funny or hit a knuckle and then end up the top rail and dead.
And especially because he's not going to have a very good shot on the 1.
Yeah,
he rolled it slow.
That's the pace.
That's not bad. Yeah. So he's got a choice here. What he does.
How's that
I
one
think he's
looking
probably
at the
going to
side?
shoot the 2, but the ones, this is a little bit tricky here. These getting onto the 3 from here.
One into the side, and then it looks a good enough angle on the 1. He should get good in this.
He got perfect. All he's got to do is just straight top. Now he's drawing this, which I don't get. Yeah, okay, and he's changed his mind. Good. No, he's back to drawing it. Like, why do you want to draw this ball? Just go forward with it. Oh, he's shooting a stop shot. Well, this is not much angle.
Yeah, he's going to have to ramp this up for to get any movement.
Yeah, he's going to have to blast this thing. Yeah, I think he should have just gone forward. It was pretty easy to control the speed going forward and rolling it. Let's see what he's going to come up with here.
He's okay.
He got lucky to have a shot.
4 into the side, 6 ball along the top rail or the bottom rail, depending on how you're looking at it.
Hairpick, he'll go too far forward to follow.
No,
he wasn't going to go too
far
forward.
Why not? Oh, wait a minute, let's look at that.
No, he had an angle. He wasn't going to be going straight towards the 3. And even if you thought he was, and you just put a little bit of English on it to hold it, I mean, it's Cobra draws. Everybody's going to disagree with me. If you guys thought it was going to go towards the 3, you just put a little left English on it and hold it. I mean, it's not. He didn't need to get all the way across. I mean, he shot a stop shot there, and it was, we'll set that shot up later and shoot it. It didn't need a bunch of topspin. He just needed a little bit.
Well, if he plays the 10 here,
well, it's hard for me to argue with that one, Cobra.
yeah, he's ended up sort of no man's land here. I think he's just still in the 6 because he's got nothing else.
Yeah, he doesn't have a big enough gap on the 8 to play the carom. He can play the 1-7 combo if he wants. It's actually sitting pretty good for that.
He left himself in trouble. Missed call. A ball's gone in.
Yeah, I don't know that was a terrible decision to shoot the 6. I mean, the 1-7 wasn't a gimme either. He just got himself in a bad situation.
Well, again, Matt's got off the hook, and that's 2 times he's been let off the hook, considering Bedhead's first contribution.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bedhead has decided to give him chances, and he needs to settle down and take advantage of it.
I'll tell you what, though. Look at this position here, Steve. He's got a 14-6 combo, and that is about it. He's got nothing else. He's got an 11 into the side, which again's a tricky little cut.
Set it up in real life. Well, I know I'm right in real life, but I think I'm a VP2. I did actually go over and look right down the line at it, you know, with the view marker.
Right, let's go up and started again.
Yeah, he needs to get a shot on that 5 ball or move those. I mean, the 5 ball will go.
Oh, by the way, guys, what's the audio like tonight? I haven't heard anybody complaining, so I assume it's okay. Now, did we look at that 5 and 8? That's nowhere near.
The 5 ball will go. It's tight, but it goes. But, you know,
Yeah, it goes.
A shot on it.
Yeah, it goes in it. So I was looking to see whether the 5 and 8 were a comb in the corner, but it's way off the mark.
I mean, I think he needs to get the 15 out of there because that opens up the 13 and makes everything a lot easier.
You know, he's potted 1 ball, and the first ball was a combo he had to make, but now he's sort of got himself stuck in 2 minds again.
Yeah, I probably would have run across the table, tried to get position on the 12 or the 15 ball. Because now he's sort of in the same situation he was just in. I mean, he could have come around the corner there and rolled in between the 7 and 8 and been on a path where he's going to get a shot on the 12 or the 15. Now he's going to have to do something.
Now, why Stubb went into the room and he was in the stream? What's he going into the room for?
He probably wants to say something and get muted. All right, well, this is a good spot to be. He can bump those and get a shot on the 5. It's pretty hard to get stuck here.
Yeah, and if he's not good in the 5, he's got the 15 or the 2, 15 inside, 2 up the table if it comes to it. So he's got a backup option.
You just don't want to hit the 9 ball dead square.
Yeah, that'll do.
That's fine like that.
And then, of course, there's those 2 together. But again, you clear those balls. Everything's okay if you just get in the right spot to clear these.
Yeah. I would shoot this right now and bring it back.
Oh, well. Well, what's he got as a potential break ball here? The 7's in the pack, the 9's at the head of the pack and in the pack anyway.
Yeah, I mean the
8 at the back.
The 8 and 11, the 13 would be good if you had a ball to get on it. You could probably use the 11 to get on the 13.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, he just has not been able to put anything together.
You know, I think if I was going to give advice to Matt, and I think if he's putting too much thought into what he's doing at the moment, worried about making mistakes, and what's he doing? Making mistakes and missing. I think what he should be doing is trying a different approach. You know, pot the balls, get on with it. You know, if you get to the end of the rack and you've got nothing, there's no option, then bury the cue ball somewhere, run for cover. Just try and eat into the deficit, but don't be trying too much not to make errors because it's not working.
Sure,
it's backfiring.
I talk a lot about pattern play, and but
I think he just needs to loosen up. Just loosen up.
The bottom line is that you're better off playing in a rhythm and not trying to think about playing perfect patterns. And I mean, you're going to play a certain pattern when you play in a rhythm based on your straight pool ability, and that's what you got. I mean, that's what you're bringing to the table. Trying to be in a match like this and figure out, gee, what's the right way to play straight pool, and spend a lot of time thinking just doesn't work.
No.
I mean, that's what you want to do when you're practicing or practice by yourself. I mean, straight pool is a great game to practice by yourself. You just, you try to make high runs, and it's fantastic practice.
Yeah, I think that 64 is immediately put Matt right on the back foot, because now he knows he has to be making contributions, and that's playing in the back of his mind, and it's not working for him.
I think he'll probably just roll this.
I think he'll stall it stone dead and just leave the angle.
He's got a funny little angle here is the problem. He could go to the rail if he wants to.
Well, he's got to get this nailed if he's going to have a shot. I think he'd have been better to take my advice there.
He needed to roll it easier. He needed to hit it forward and off the rail. Being in between and being medium gets you this. Yeah, that's funny. Funny what Hairpig said. I remember being in England talking to this English guy who was, this is about the time when they started playing a lot more pool in the UK. He's a snooker player, and he says to me, he goes, yeah, the pockets are big, but it's amazing how easy it is to miss a ball. And it's true.
Well, now let's have a look at this pack. I don't see anything. There's the cue ball going.
It's going to go perfect.
Yeah, that's where Bedhead should have been 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Now this one I would definitely hit with topspin. Try to get it to come off the rack, because it'll be draw when it gets to the rack. Maybe just a touch of right and top, and try to come into that 12 ball. He got it back even further, and he had enough top that it separated, so that was well played. I mean, it was going to be hard to get that rack to break a lot without really blasting it, because the balls were already spread up.
Well, 4 ball's good.
4 ball's beautiful.
If he can get there, and he can get there off, what's the angle on the 10? He can get there off the 14. There shouldn't be any problem with him doing that. You pot the 10, get over the 14, and get yourself down onto the spot. And get off the rail for a start. So he should already have looked and see where he wants to put this cue ball. So he wants to run through to just beyond that middle diamond, but he needs to get off the rail. He's got just over hit it a tad. He's still got a shot.
That's fine. Oh, I'd love this shot, because it's easier to drive through. This one you're going to want to put topspin on. You could draw this back. You've got that option. This one you could go either way.
Oh dear.
And he didn't hit it. If you're going to go through the rack, you got to juice that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to not hit it so hard, hitting it with draw would have been a better play.
I think he played a safety there, Steve, because look at what he's left Bedhead. Yeah,
he's got the 6-12 here. I mean, it's not a gimme, but he's got it.
Yeah, that's going right to the knuckle.
I think he's going to shoot the 6-12. Well, he's got to cut the 6 ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this is a super difficult combo, but you've got to understand, you got to cut the 6 ball a little more than it looks, or you will hit it into the long rail.
But it's still only a contribution of 4 from Matt. Yeah, onto the point.
See, that's the thing with that shot. It's going to throw, because the angle of 6 is hitting the 12 ball. It's going to throw the 12 ball. So, you've got to cut that more. That's, that shot comes up all the time. My favorite thing to do is overcut it, because I overcompensate. But, you've got to hit that thinner than it looks. So Bedhead has given Matt plenty of chances. You know, question is Matt going to settle down and take advantage of it? He's going to need to make some bigger runs if he's going to be in this match.
Well, he's going to need to make a run of some description, something worth mentioning, and he's had 3-4 goes at it so far.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to have to be plural because he's quite a ways behind, and he needs to start running 25s, 30s, you know, something like that. He gets to the table and he's got an open table and he runs a 4 or an 11. That's just not going to do it. But he's capable. What did he run last match? Was it 50 something?
Was it 54? I think. Hang on, I've got the stats up. No, it's 57.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait a minute. That's right enough. 57.
And he did the right thing there. He got rid of that 7-4 and got that opened up. So now he's, you know, everything's good. He's just got to figure out how to get a good break shot on the 15 ball. I mean, he could play the 6. But I think he'll probably play for the 15. I'd much rather shoot the 15. You know, this is the point where you need to figure out how am I going to run these 4 balls and be on the 15.
Well, get rid of the 7 first of all. I was thinking keep the 9 there to roll up for the 15 if you're potting the 9 into the side or up into one of the corner pockets, but the 9's going to go now, so this means he's going to either have to stun up or run 2 rails or a rail to get up there.
He's going to end up playing 11 and going 1 rail across, which is, it's not a terrible shot to get on it, but it's, you know, speed wise, you're not guaranteed to have the angle you want.
No, that's not too bad.
Yeah, he's a little straight, but he's got enough angle and he can put the juice on this. He needs to draw this some. Yeah.
Well,
and he hit that one nice and firm, so
he's into his second rack
good again
for the first time, I think.
Yeah, let's see if he can work this out now because he's going to have to move some balls. Yeah, and I don't particularly like trying to move them right now off that 2 ball because
this is
got to the point that I look at them and I kind of see like this isn't going to move them much, or this could get stuck, or you know, I don't like the shot on the 2. I'd probably be shooting a 9 ball here. If you want to run into a ball, maybe the 14 or the 1. You just don't want to baby this.
That'll do.
I wouldn't have chose the 8, but it worked out fine. You know, having that 10 ball there was huge.
Well, you get one more problem, but he's got plenty of opportunities to get into the 13 and 7.
Yeah, that solved most of it, and he's got good potential break balls. I mean, he's...
How's the angle in that 10? Yeah.
He's going to shoot up table, which I think is probably a good choice at that point. It got him on the 6 ball. He needed to get that out of there.
I think he's going to try drawing into these off this. Yeah. Well, he's now got a problem again. I mean, he has to get rid of the 14 and 2 now.
Well, but he's perfect there on the 10 to go behind him. That's all the thing is, you get in these situations where there's a line of balls, and they only go into really one side of the table, and that's how you just got to figure out how to get over there, which he did, and now he's going to bump the 8 ball probably, and he likes that's the same shot he had before, and he just hit it too hard.
I think if he takes that one up the table, he'd just barely clip the 8 ball. If he's thinking of taking the one up the table, get rid of it.
Yeah, this is too much thinking. I mean,
that one.
Jason Shaw would have been on the break ball by now after that shot. The time he's taken to think about one shot.
Now, I don't know what he played for there, whether he played to get on the 4 and get further up the table for it, or whether he was trying to get onto that one. That one's tightish.
Yeah, I'd be shooting the 5 ball and sliding across for the 12 or 13.
Yeah, the problem with the 1 and the 8 is that you're trying to get rid of one and the other. You're getting rid of your two decent enough break balls.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can always go behind him if he has to.
I mean, you get sort of there, you can take the 1 ball, get rid of it, because the 8 ball doesn't go, it's not going past the 1.
But pattern-wise, I like going to the 12-13 now.
Oh, wait a minute, Matt's I went to see a man about a dog, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you get behind those balls, you can shoot them up table pretty easy, especially in VP. I mean, in real life, it's a little bit harder to play up table, but...
He's back.
Hit that 5 with just a teeny bit of right English and slide it across.
Let's see if he's got a defter touch than he had earlier on in the match.
Yeah, he's going forward, I think, here.
Oh, well, that's made things worse, I think.
Yeah, he can shoot the 1 ball.
Can you get it now?
Yeah, he can shoot the 1 ball and just...
Yes, he can.
Stop it and shoot the 2.
I thought that was nailed to the 8. He's okay.
He's choosing to go forward, and I'm not sure why.
8 ball is the ball. Again, he's finished awkward again. He's finished exactly the same place it was before. He's short of the 4 ball, where I think he might have wanted to roll it in the side.
If he did a little stop shot, he's on the 2, and then, he can, from there, he can go get on the 11, 12, or 13, and instead, you're right, he's left himself funny. But even if he was a little higher, he's would have to get all the way up where he could go the other way with it.
Now that's better, because he can now get rid of the 13. Don't know whether the 12 goes past the 8. Yes, it does, so...
Yeah, he can stun this and shoot the 13.
And if he gets good on the 13, he can come back, get rid of the 12. So I think it's just... Yeah, he's fine on the 12 and then on the 13. Take care of the 2 of them. But does he want to take care of the 2 of them? Does he want to leave the 13 to go into the 8? Well, he's not going to, because he's obviously nowhere near good in the 2.
I would just stun this one too and then go 2 rails behind it.
Oh, what's he done here? Well, that's probably the worst shot he could have done. That's where he's ended up.
Stunned it and held it and left a little angle on the 2 and then come end rail, side rail, and...
So...
Well, that was a nifty little shot he just hit there.
This is a rarity.
this is a little bit risky, but
Yeah,
you're going to
watch.
have to juice this, and the cue ball's going up table, and
Yeah,
well,
he
he
hasn't.
didn't juice it. He had to juice that one. I mean, there's just no way the rack was going to come apart unless he juiced it.
Well, we know that the 13 cuts, but look where the cue ball is. The 8 cuts as well. I think that's even
I
worse.
think the 13's a wonderful shot. You just need to make the ball. I mean, the rest is pretty automatic.
Well, the run is 20. What is it? 25. Oh, he's given it every chance to go in. Pocket weight.
But the problem with doing that is that he doesn't move balls. You put a little more speed on that, and you get the rack open. Well, it may be time to play safe.
Yeah, well, he needs to get it really down this end of the table, because anything up the top, Bedhead's probably be taking the bait for that 11 ball or whatever it is. 11 and 8.
He's gonna be right up on the top right now.
Well, it needs to go up he needs to get the cue ball up into the top left-hand corner as we look. But that's risky, taking the risk of a scratch, because he could then give Matt ball in hand for the 11. So then again, you've sometimes got to take risks. So
if you know the line you're running on, you want to hit that end rail at about that first diamond out from the pocket, and at that angle, then it's going over on the long rail.
Yeah,
you just got to be able to put the cue ball on that line, or it's going to hit a diamond out.
he wants to come down that line into here, and then there's nothing easy.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. He's going to foul instead.
Well, I hope he's had a good look at that 14 ball. I think, let's have a look. That 14 ball goes into the side, but I think Matt...
I don't think you can shoot it from... Yeah, I think the 8 ball's in the way.
Yeah. Well, this is
long before somebody gets a shot here.
It's got to be Matt.
The 11 and the 8 both go up in the corner.
Matt's got to win the safety battle. He's 27 behind. He's got himself back into it.
He just lost it, because the shot that he didn't want to shoot is now really good.
Yeah.
He's 8 straight in up in the corner.
Who's at the table at the moment for you, Steve? Because you're in the room. Who are you watching?
McClarkey.
Good. I thought I was out of sync there.
Well, a lot of backspin here. You're gonna hit this with dry. You need to juice it.
Nice.
Well, you got through it pretty good, but maybe not good enough.
Nope, no shot.
Yeah, he can shoot the 12 ball on the side. And that's actually not a bad shot. I mean...
No, it's really dodgy angle. But let's be honest, I don't think there's much else you can do to keep it safe unless you just...
Yeah. I think, VP may be a little different, but I think in real life, that's, for a good player, that's, they're going to make that almost every time. I mean, Dennis Okoye, he's going to make this probably 98% of the time.
What's he looking at? I think he's trying to convince himself that 4 ball goes into the top corner.
Well...
And that looks way, way too tight.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't go. I'm trying to convince myself it goes, but there's no way it goes. He's going to
shoot that. He's going to be sorry. I mean...
But he might well have to get himself queued over this 15 and go for the cut.
That's what I'd be doing.
But he's going to...
shot that 12 ball a long time ago.
He's going to try and come behind the 7 and use the 4 ball as cover for up the table so that he doesn't leave anything. He would have to get to about here to leave.
It's not that extreme a cut angle. It just looks funny how it's sitting. But that 12 is not, a really, really extreme cut angle. It's just funny the way he's looking at it.
Well, he's made his mind up, I think. No, he's not. He still might be trying. I thought he might have been trying a thin edge off the 15. But the danger with that is you've got to nail it in the line behind the 7. He's trying to use
I
the
would have shot
pack.
the 12 about a half hour ago.
Yeah, so he's left Bedhead some bait here. He can. There's a dodgy looking 15 up table which is tight past the 3, and there's a just as dodgy 1 ball, but other than that, there's nothing else.
Yeah, the 1 ball is probably better cutting it back to the left than it is going right, just because of the scratch. If you go right, you can force follow it and get away, but it's a little tricky. Cutting it back left is better, I think. He doesn't like the 1, I don't think.
He's
He's
calling the
going to
bank.
bank it. I don't like this. I'd rather cut the 15 ball than try to bank that 1 ball.
Yeah, the thing is, if he takes this this bank on, I presume he's going forward, unless he's jacking up to try and hold for one of these balls. He'll be struggling to get another ball after this if he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, he landed up in the 9 at the back of the pack, but this is the type of thing that Matt wants to be seen, because if you've seen Bedhead take risks like that, then he's got to hit and run here, get as much as he can out of it. Just nip away at that lead. That's the main target, the main goal at the moment.
yeah, well, Bedhead was in a tough position there. I didn't really like the shot choice, but there was nothing that was easy. Well, there he goes into the back and getting himself stuck. Yeah, he's got the 5 ball still.
Yeah, 12 ball into the side or up table.
I don't think he can shoot it there. He can shoot it up table.
So look at what his options are after this shot. Not a lot. And well, the 1 goes. None of those are combos. So got a bit of work to do here to get going and get to the business end of the rack. I was watching a bit of the TPC at Sawgrass earlier on today, and I think the only thing that they hadn't issued them with was life jackets.
Yeah, well, it was supposed to rain pretty hard there today.
It was absolutely tipping it down. They were out of the squeegees. I mean, it was horrible. I don't know whether they actually suspended play. They did that yesterday, didn't they? I think they had to at the end of the day.
Well, the good news is it's going to be clearing out. I mean, there's a little bit of rain, I think, in the morning tomorrow, and then it's clear the rest of the weekend. Yeah, right now it looks pretty ugly there, and it looks like it's going to continue to be ugly for the next few hours. So I'm sure they must have suspended play.
Oh, they must have, yeah.
They're not going to be starting again because it's not looking good. Yeah, play has been suspended, and I don't think they'll play again today because there's a lot of stuff moving at them.
That's what happens when you live in these subtropical climates. You see, if you live in Scotland, you know what you're getting. It comes in from the west, it blows through, it tips it down for 2 or 3 hours, and then you've got sunny and showers after it. You know where you stand with our weather.
Yeah, well, the forecast is heavy thunderstorms till 6 p.m. All right, well, he's got this shot. which from here, I think he has to hit this with a fair amount of topspin. And he's going to have to put a little right English to get into the rack. This is a little tricky because you can get stuck real easy when you start putting a little spin on it because you're going at an angle that it can stick.
And he's missed a 3.
Well, you know, he hit it the right way with a lot of speed, but the ball didn't go in.
There's a combo set up there. I think that doesn't need to be worried about. That's easy enough. The 14-1 if it's the 1 ball, that's fine. But
yeah, looks a little dicey to me. I mean, it's slow speed maybe, but you hate to shoot that and see the ball bobble and hang up.
oh no, you could easily make that combo. Easily cut the 14 if you were desperate enough.
Yeah, well, I was looking up from the point of view of from the last shot, the 9 onto the 14-1. Yeah,
oh yeah,
cut angle on the 14. Yeah, that's no problem.
Well, I was about to say before Matt played his shot that at one stage I think it was 64 to 4, and Matt, it wasn't pretty, but he'd got himself back into the match, but he might have just kicked himself right in the foot.
Well, BEDHEAD made enough mistakes that he allowed Matt to get back in because Matt was not playing well.
Well, I started my clock late, but we've been going for an hour and a quarter, an hour and 16 minutes. And BEDHEAD is just halfway home.
Well, BEDHEAD's a little bit deliberate, and then Matt's been downright slow, so, you know, it's taken a long time.
I was watching a match. I never actually saw the end of it, but I was watching. I don't know whether you ever seen it, Steve. But it was a match with, I think it was Akistats. It was a video from 19. When would that be? Was it 93 or was it 83? I can't remember the date, but it was Steve Miserak who was playing Machine Gun Lou Butera, a race to 150, I think it was.
That probably would have had to be 83.
I think it was 83. I was watching a bit of it. And Machine Gun was surprisingly slow, but then again he missed a silly ball. And you look at the pockets they were playing on; they were like 5-inch pockets. We look at them, and he was going too quick that he wasn't making mistakes.
He wasn't playing much pool that point in his life. You know, it's like
I think they said he was 56 at the time. I think he was 56.
I think he's a little older than Miserak. But I'm trying to think when I met him. I met him in like 1980, I think. Yeah, Miserak still played pretty good back then. I remember going and seeing him playing in a tournament in Reno. And so it's race to 11, 9-ball. And he beats Kim Davenport 9-0. And this is when Kim Davenport was playing good, or 11-0. And so Kim goes in the loser's bracket, and eventually Miserak does too. And then they end up playing again. You know, Davenport ripped through the loser's bracket, and this was way deep in the tournament. They play again, and Miserak beats him 11-1. So that was his tournament. He lost 11-1, 11-0 to Miserak.
Yeah.
He was a surprisingly good 9-ball player. I didn't realize he played 9-ball that well. It was pretty impressive.
Well, we can see where the problem can easily be resolved here with this 10 and 13. The 10 goes up the table anyway into the corner. You get on the 2 this side, you can nudge them no problem if you're the right line.
I think he wanted that 15 as a break ball, and the 14 was a pretty good ball to get on that 15. And you know, so unless he's shooting a 6-ball here, he's going to lose what was a good break ball.
Yeah, and he's the wrong angle in the 15. If you have either drop through for the 6. Well, you've not got much other choice.
If you're sitting in the right place shooting that 10 ball up table, you can move the 2 and 13 out to get a break ball. But, you know, getting to that spot's another story. Obviously, the 2 can be used to move balls. But
he might be trying that now. He might be trying.
Well, you could use the 14 too and run into them. I mean, got a lot of options here.
That'll do it.
Yeah, he's pretty straight. Is the problem.
Just enough for a little nudge.
He needs to give it a nudge.
He needs to go through. He needs to follow this 2 ball through. He can't just nudge it and stay there. He has to get nudged. Oh well.
Well, he needed to get them separated. I mean,
that was a little dicey, but he's still got the cue ball on the table.
Yeah, and he can break with this 10 ball. It's not a great break ball, but he can get into the rack. He needs to get across and get straight in on that 14, which he has failed to do. Now that was critical. He get the cue ball all the way to the other long rail. Because now he's going to have to do something. Looks like he's going to play for the 14 ball as a break ball. Which, it's kind of high, so he's got that same shot Clarkey had, where he's going to have to put English on it and go into the rack and hope he doesn't get stuck. If he hits this easy, he's almost for sure going to get stuck. Well, he got lucky. He hit it easy and he didn't get stuck. He hit the spot on the ball where it really moved sideways.
Is he going to try and stun into the 12 and 15? Well, he stunned into something.
Yeah, I think that's what I would have done. I mean, he moved a lot of balls down and clustered them, but that can be dealt with. It can also be screwed up. I've screwed up situations like this before when you get a bunch of balls down towards the end rail like that.
Yeah, he's got loads to worry about down here at the moment.
He's going to have to play this rail first. 12 into the rail into the 2.
12 on the rail onto the 2. It looks fairly straightforward enough, as long as he makes sure he misses the 6.
Back into the 13. Oh, he decided not to. Okay, well.
Well, the 15 goes, but how does he get to it? Because he's got the 9, but he's going to hit something.
The 9, he needs to run into the 15, because then for sure he's got the 6 ball. That's what I would do. I'd roll it so that it hit the 15. And yeah, I didn't like the way he played that, but he came out good.
Cobble, that'll do it. So the problem's rapidly disappearing at the bottom end of the table here. He's only got one more issue to deal with. 7 in the 12 ball, which he might just nudge the 7 right now. He's got enough angle just to do a little nudge. And that takes care of that. Now we're working round. What ball are we working round here for the break ball? The 5.
Yeah, the 5's sitting good. I mean, I'm sure that's what he's going to try to leave. I'm going to get that 12 ball out of there so you can shoot the 7.
So, Bedhead, 50 from home. and 38 in front of Matt.
Ideally leaving a 1 ball last. I like that play there because it's minimal cue ball movement, guarantee a shot on this. Yeah, this is a little tricky. It was always going to be a little tricky trying to get from that 10 to the 7. You know, if you left it over near the long rail, for sure you could get over behind the 7 and shoot it up table.
Well,
just dead straight.
The old VP4 escape shot, just a big draw shot somewhere into the table.
Yeah, and he came out with a pretty good angle here. And he's probably just going to roll this and take the longer shot.
Could, yeah, it's gonna. I thought you could stun to the rail and just come out.
Well, you can. I mean, I think it's more guaranteed of getting the angle you want rolling this.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be further away though. So
this is hitting the 8 ball pretty square. So I make sure you don't get any of that 14. He's gonna. Yeah, I wouldn't draw it a little. I'd either draw it a lot or stun it. Yeah, he got the 8 nice and solid. As long as he didn't clip the 14, he was going to be okay.
well, he's good now. He's good where the 14 ball is. He looks as if he's going to take the 14 ball. Well, 4 balls also a ball he can work with to just brush open those balls. Although he doesn't need to. If he takes the 4, gets rid of the 6, has to get rid of the 12 as a blocker. And where's the break ball? The 15 or the 13?
15 is sitting good already, and 13's okay. I mean, he can use the 9 ball to move those balls too. He's got lots of options here.
Well, he's looking as if he's running to the finishing line here. Runs 31. 42 away.
Well, it's interesting watching these sort of tendencies. I mean, I think if Bedhead wins this match, I think he's going to have to play better in the following match than this, because while he's played pretty good in spurts, he's made, every time you make a mistake and let the other guy to the table, that's one more opportunity for them to pop something off. And I think the quality of the player is getting better. He's going to need to tidy his game up a little if he's going to keep going.
Well, he's going the right direction, though.
Well,
he couldn't have started better.
Consistent.
64. 64 start's a good start, and I think that changed the context of the match there, because I think if it had been shoe in the other foot, it might have, brought the better out of Bedhead. Although he's doing well now, heading to the finishing line.
Yeah, if he runs this out and gets a 70 or something, a 60, it looks really good, but it's kind of like whipped cream on both sides with some shit in the middle.
You're going to get that.
Well,
as you say, it's just the fact they don't play it. None of us play straight pull.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you could get away with that against Albin. I think he's going to have to not, give as many chances. Because Matt got a lot of chances.
Well, Stubbs the one that's going to have the say in that outcome in 31 minutes' time.
Yeah, well, Stubb better still better bring the nukes or whatever it is that he's planning on bringing, because he's going to need it.
So it's 15 ball for the break shot. 6 balls in the pack, I think. Yes, it is well inside.
Yeah, he didn't really want to be there, but he can go forward and come back out off the rail. He might even just roll this. I'd go forward off the rail. I don't like dinking this kind of shot. Yeah, that's what he did.
That's
Okay.
pretty good line.
Yeah, let's see where he's coming in here. He's coming in at the
7,
towards the
13.
bottom of the 13. Now you could go forward with this almost. I would draw this. I mean, he's not quite enough behind the ball to go forward, in my opinion. Yeah, he put a lot of draw on it, and I think that was a smart move. Make sure that you're not going forward into the corner.
Well, again, he's looking good because he's got that bailout ball on the side. He might actually. You can take the 14. But, he doesn't have an awful lot of choices from this position, but 14's one shot.
I'd be shooting the 4 ball for sure. And maybe play shape on the 14. Try to get those balls out of there. You know, if you can get to the 6 ball, that opens up things. There's no balls on the other side over there, so if you can get to the 6 ball.
Oh, it's just. I think that's maybe what he tried there, Steve. He just overjuiced it.
Well, he could have gone 4 or 14-6, or maybe even 4 straight to the 6, but he's fine. I mean, he's this table's good. I mean, I think he'll probably run this rack out and keep going. Yeah, he's a little funny here. He can shoot the 10, but he can't get to the 6 from it. I mean, play 10 and then 9 or 8, one of those balls. Yeah, he's going to go up table.
I thought for a minute there he was looking at the 5. He still might be looking at the 5, as a matter of fact, once he pots this 7.
Yeah, I mean, he could play shape on the 5 and 8 at both times.
Well, he's probably going to go 9-5, I would think. He knows he needs to stop the cue ball or come back a couple of inches.
He can play for the 5 or the 6. The 6 is a better ball, but it's a little trickier to get to.
Yeah, it goes clean.
Yeah.
Well,
So the problem here is you're coming pretty sideways off this 11 ball. Yeah, because that was how the cue ball was going to want to move, is sideways.
Yeah, into the side though. He's okay.
Yeah.
And that 12 ball is on the break ball spot.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. Well, the 8 ball now replaces the 12 ball as a break shot. The run ends on 49. And he's
safe.
24 away, and he's left Matt absolutely nada.
Well, I think that 1 ball may go. It's close. I'm looking at 1 ball off the 13, and I think it goes.
12 ball to the 1.
I think, well, he needs to cut it a little, but it goes, but I don't think it goes if he hits the 12 ball dead straight. I think he's going to have to cut the 12 ball to the right a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to see. These shots are really tricky. That gap he's got between the 1 and the 13 is a big deal. I mean, maybe that 12 goes onto the one where he doesn't have to play the carom. I mean, because the one goes straight in. So I was looking at the carom, but I think the way it's sitting, he might just be able to play the combo.
Well, he hasn't called the one ball, but the assumption is that's what he's playing. He hasn't called it. Yes, he has now.
I find these kind of shots to be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was not easy.
Well, it needed to be cut back just a little bit. The thing was, if you cut it back too much and it hit the 13, it maybe still goes in. But if you hit it on that side, then you got no chance. Well, Bedhead dodged a bullet there. That was kind of fortunate how he came out there.
Yeah. That's just the sort of luck of the roll of the ball that you need when you're 60 points in front.
Well, everybody's going to get some rolls one way or another. The only person that doesn't get any rolls in this game is Stubb.
Yeah. Poor guy. And everybody feels for him when he gets a bad roll. Every time.
Well, the question is, will he finish it off here?
Well, he's certainly looking reasonably good to be getting into the next rack.
Yeah, his ball speed's good, so he's... As soon as I say that, he overruns a little, but his ball speed is pretty good. So he tends to not get way out of line. Yeah, he's going to have to roll this one, but that's fine. Now he's drawn this. I don't get this. You just roll this with left English. Kill it.
And he's dragged it.
Yeah.
Dragged it to kill it.
That shot's way more reliable to roll it than it is to hit it like that. Roll it with English. That's... Well, let's see what he does here. Yeah, he put a lot of draw on it. That's not a bad play. I mean, that's not the traditional straight pull play, but I see a lot of guys do that where they come back off the end rail with a lot of draw.
I don't understand this replay. It's going haywire again.
Well, he could shoot the 4-ball right now and bump those other 2 balls and get rid of all that. I guess he's going to wait. I mean, the 11-ball does go in, so it's no big deal. I think the 11-ball goes anyways. Looks like it does.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, it goes.
Now he's back where he can shoot the 4 again.
Might just nudge the 11 into a break shot. No, maybe not. Too straight, I think. He took the other ball, didn't he? He didn't take the 4.
Yeah, the 4 was easy. He had a little angle. He could bump those balls towards the pocket. He'd have a shot on one of them for sure.
And what he's actually done is he's created a problem.
Yeah.
With that shot, he's now got a cluster that nothing goes.
I don't know. I just don't get why he didn't shoot the 4 ball.
Oh, that used all the pocket. Now, is that 6 ball nailed to the rail? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that's what you would say is frozen. Got to be careful of that.
Is Clarky raising a white flag? He's in the chat.
Yeah, that's him. Keeping himself focused, according to what he said the other day.
Well, maybe it'll help.
Well, there's a problem dealt with. There's a break shot as well.
And he hit that at the right speed. You know, he recognized I don't want to baby that one.
I hope he's going to look at that 6-ball. He's going to have to flush it.
He's going to shoot that right after this 11.
Oh, is he? That was commentator's curse here, Steve.
Well, I was just assuming he'd make the 11 ball. My God, that's like something I'd do.
Well, now's the time to get your high run for the tournament.
Well, it's like a now or never moment.
Well, Bedhead's done him a favour. He's put the break ball in place. He's still got a choice of 2 break balls. He's got to deal with that 6-ball in the rail.
Every now and then you come to that I better do it right now moment, and that's the way it is now for Clarky.
This is the time just to loosen up and get yourself into some sort of flow one way or another. I mean, you're only going to lose anyway, so you might as well have a go at it. Now, this is the one he has to nail.
Fire away and try to make something happen.
So we're 19 minutes away. Oh, where's the cue ball going? I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's actually perfect now.
I need a wee bit more.
Well, that's the kind of angle an old timer would use. But this one, you go follow through. See, you got to follow and force the cue ball through.
Yeah.
You
Shirley, you can't be serious.
Usually the best
I am serious.
Follow the ball.
And don't call me Shirley.
Well, it's all over now, folks. Bedhead's got all the balls he needs. Ball in hand in the kitchen. 10 away.
So what time's the next match start?
Oh, I'll put it this way, Steve. It's time for a coffee and then the next match. So we're 18 minutes away.
Oh, I'm definitely going to have to get a coffee. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, this match was a little on the slow side. Albin plays a little bit deliberate, but Stubb plays pretty fast.
Yeah, that match should move a bit quicker. So Bedhead putting the last few nails into Matt's coffin. But I'm sure that Matt has probably become more accustomed to the vagaries of straight pull and playing in this tournament. And when it goes back to the normal pockets next year, Steve, do you hear what I'm saying? Are you listening? When it goes back to the normal pockets next year, then it will be a lot more intriguing.
Yeah. I hear you.
Cobra says, I have fell asleep twice in this match. Well, I mean, I can fall asleep any time as well.
It's time for the coffee.
Yep, that's why you need that proper, none of this none of this caffeine-free shit. You want a proper nicotine hit, not nicotine hit, caffeine hit.
Yeah. Come on, Cobra. You can't miss the next match. You got to be here to root against Stubb. It's going to be the world against Stubb.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take the 14. I don't think. Can you see the 4? You can just see the 4.
You can see the 4. I mean, he'd need to hit it with inside, I think. You hit this ball with inside, it gives you two things. One is you're curving the ball, so it makes the target bigger, but the other is it also throws it, so it thickens the ball from the throw, plus it curves the cue ball.
Now, how many does he need? He needs another 3, so, well, another 3, so he's on the 9, he's fine. Just needs to probably nudge into the 13 and 7 and hold for the 2 or something like that.
Yep, that's what I would be doing here.
Well, there you go. Job done.
Yeah, and I'd probably shoot the 13 because I'm sitting right on it. Sometimes in straight pull, you just sort of fall on balls where, it's like, oh, okay, I'll shoot this one. Up at 5 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty early.
Well, you at work tomorrow, Cobra. Unlucky, I'm not up at 4 until Monday morning. Well done to Bedhead. He scored 54 and a 40 odd or something. Matt had a 29, I think, that sort of got him back into the match, but it was just too much to do in the end. Put himself right under pressure from the break shot, Matt. That's where he went wrong. Failed big time there, and it cost him big time. So Bedhead is through to the semi-final, and Bedhead now waits on the winner of the match coming up in exactly 15 minutes' time, folks. So we're going to have a little interlude. Steve's gone for a coffee. I'm going to head the same direction.
You should look at the bracket for Friday Night Nine Ball. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Before you go do the coffee.
Wait a minute, where is it? I see what's happening there. Let's have a look.
Looks like Pool Kabouter's making some noise.
Oh, did we have a full house? I think we had a full house to the look of it. Again? Oh no, there was one by. I think we had 15 in. So we've got Mr. Fox playing Pool Kabouter, and it's 4-0 to whoa.
Pool Kabouter's doing it today.
And what's he getting? See, I can't see what he's getting as a handicap.
He's getting a 5 ball.
I keep telling you I can't read this thing. My nose is right in the monitor, right, 5 ball. So he's 4-0 up, and what's happening in this one loss side? Larry, look at the crowd that's over on the one loss side. All the big hitters are all over on the one loss side. We've got Spectre Dawn against Larry. Spectre Dawn's 2-0 up. We've got Chimpy against One Pocket Slim, and he's up 1-0. So it looks as if the handicapping has done for the big boys tonight.
Well, Fox beat Larry 7-1.
What happened
now he's way behind against Pool Kabouter.
What happened to Chimpy in his first match? He ended up forfeiting that, or was he not in the building at the time it started? Anyway,
well, he played his first match. It was the second match he forfeited.
Oh, the second match, yeah. So, well, what I'll do is I'll go into that match with Mr. Fox and Poke about it, and you can watch that till I go and get a coffee. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yep, I'm going to go get some coffee too. All right, I'm back, and we've already got the fans rooting against
Well, we're back, folks. So, next up, we've got our titles all set up for the second match. I didn't have to panic this time. I came all prepared, all set to go. Quick check that my clock's working, my timer's working. Hang on a minute. Yep, that's good to go. I can even stop the timer now and then reset it. So, we are about a minute and a half away from the hot seat match, and Stubbs, the only man that's going to have a say as to whether there's a possibility of an all-Sweden final.
Yeah, Stubbs going to have to. He's going to have to play good, I think, to beat Albin. He's definitely the underdog.
So Larry's won a final rack decider against Spectre Dawn there, I see. And the room is up. We'll get in, waiting for both players to arrive. Let's have my little musical interlude again. I did this one today. Right, see you later, Matt. Unlucky.
Good night, Matt. Yeah, I think you said it. Brain fell out. First miss, bad miss, or something, or piece of luck, and he's gonna end up getting muted. Another smart man taking some practice lags. Here we go.
Right, we're off and running. We've got Albinario at the bottom of the screen. Stubb doesn't know where he is because he's queuing at the side of the rail to me when I'm looking. I don't know.
Brain fell out. Doesn't know on Savannah Slim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's up with Stubb. His queue seems to have gone haywire. And Albinario's doing the same thing. I think they're both scared to lag.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Albin, or who's ever on the left there.
Yeah, Albinario at the bottom of the screen has put Stubb in to bat. So race to 200 to see who gets the final.
Yeah, let's see if he can get him right on the end rail here.
Semi-Pro says, turn that bullshit music off. Nothing wrong with it. It's free, doesn't cost me anything, and I don't get a copyright strike on it.
Whoa, what was that?
Well, Stubb obviously does things his own way, but that is the crazy way. And
that was insanity. And did he come out of this? This will be the unbelievably lucky right off the start if he.
You know something. He's left him nothing. I think. I mean, he's got nothing here that's not a crazy shot to be taken on. Put it that way.
That was unbelievable.
The two goes. But when you're scratching in the side off the two.
I don't know what happened. The dog must have bit him in the leg or something when he pulled his mouse back.
And Stubb says, have that, Kay. Well, obviously that's something Stubbs been working on in the quiet, because he never told us he was going to break like that and end up like this.
Yeah, that was something funny happened there. That was a real hiccup, and he got away with it.
Welcome to Bedhead. Didn't quite get your high run for the tournament. Steve blew you out of the water with that one, I think. I think one of us cursed you. I can't remember how. I'm blaming Steve though.
Well, if he wants to, he can just put this 11 ball on the rail and just stop the cue ball right there.
Well,
he's calling the 9 ball.
Boys,
and
this is one of Albie's carom shots here coming up.
It's sitting pretty good, actually.
A four ball carom, if you include the actual carom ball.
I think it's sitting pretty good for it.
Oh, perfect! Absolutely sweet as a nut. And a bonus ball. This replay jigger.
That's nice to see. Now we'll finally get to see somebody actually, play a shot out of the rack. That was nice.
Yeah, he played one of them earlier on the tournament. A nice little carom shot.
I hope all you guys are paying attention, because that kind of stuff comes up quite a bit in this game.
There's Stubb thinking he got away with it big time. I wonder if Stubb would have played that shot.
No, he probably wouldn't have seen it.
Oh, it's tough the way it's sitting.
And unlucky. Boy, it's just not taking him too long.
He's doing these in twos at a time here, Steve. His first shot gave him 2. His second shots gave him 2. Stubbs got himself muted within what? Well, I forgot to start my clock again. There we go. Within a minute, he's got himself muted. Now, if you hear any slurps, guys, it's me. I'm still drinking my coffee.
Yeah, me too.
And it is much needed, I can assure you.
Well, that's the second match we saw some silliness on the break. And for the second match, it may be very costly. We'll see what Albin can put together here. What did Bedhead do, 64?
Yeah, well, I can safely say that was the craziest break I've seen in this whole tournament. I've not seen anything crazier than that ended up where it was, with virtually nothing on.
Yeah, that's just like, something fell over on the mouse or something. This is a little funny here. I mean, the problem with the 11 ball is that he's going to bump the 14. And unless you put some speed on it, it's just going to sit there. Yeah, that's the problem with that, is it was just going to sit there, because he was going to get the double kiss for sure.
Well, there's plenty of room to get to the 14 if he gets up table.
Well, he's going to have to shoot his break ball right now. I mean, I think he can break off the 10 or the 8, but he's going to have to shoot the 12 now.
Oh, good evening to Vin. Is that Vin Says?
Well, if he likes the 14, that's not a bad shot. I like the 14 shot if he's comfortable with that, because it gets rid of that ball. Yep, good shot. And he keeps his 12 ball. That's nice. I see 6, 8, 4, 10. It's sitting real good for that.
Albinario is Swedish.
Does that mean he won't shoot the 6, 8, 4, 10?
No, Brain Pillout's asking, am I able to change the flag and player graphics midstream? Yes, I can, but it just means that it takes focus off the game, and it stops you seeing the live game, but why would I need to change anything? Because it's definitely the Swedish flag.
Well, other than the fact the names are wrong.
Oh, I put it back to the wrong thing. Hang on a minute. I keep forgetting. I've got it all sorted out, guys. I'll take care of it. There you go.
Yeah, he needs to stun run this, or I guess you could just roll forward. I'd probably just roll forward here and take a little angle on the 10. It's not ideal being right on the rail here. Yeah, he got it off the rail enough. That was a very good shot. You know, he played that with some speed and got the cue ball off the rail, and that makes this shot really easy.
Yeah, that scene there that you saw me changing to, I had to spend this afternoon getting that set. Well, it didn't take me that long, but I was doing a bit of testing as well. But the last time I didn't have it prepared, so I had to do it on the fly. I had to sort of mess about and midstream to actually change it when we went to the second match. But I prepared myself this afternoon. I just forgot to go back to the right tab or the right shortcut there.
Well, that's how I would play it with just a stun. It came out okay. The bracket didn't separate that good. Yeah, Semi, did get your message. Let's see what he decides to do here. I'm a little surprised he's not shooting at 8 now. 8, 11, get those balls out of there, but this looks like he's going to go to him now. I would like to leave that 2 there just as a possible ball to move other balls. Yeah, this might be interesting here. Let's see what he does here. He's probably going to run into the 5 ball. Well, he put a little inside on it to hold it, but the problem is going into the rack at that speed is no good. I think he got the 3 ball up table. He's lucky he's got that.
You know something? I'm just thinking back to the lag there at the start of the match. I think Stubb was playing it coy there. I think Stubb's idea was that I'm going to mess about with the queue here for 30 seconds and let Albinario take the lag so that I can see what he's done and then do his damnedest to beat the lag. And then when he lost the lag and knew that it was put in, he put absolutely no focus on what he was doing in the break shot. None whatsoever.
Well, you can't mess around too long because you got a lag before the other ball stops.
Yeah. Anyway, it backfired big time. But how much is it going to backfire though? It's only cost him 20 so far. Now, my coffee has been consumed, it's gone. I'd already consumed my biscuits prior to coming back on the stream.
I'll have coffee for a half hour. I got a little warmer. Anybody wants to know about good coffee setups, I got you covered. I drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah, so do I. Mine just comes out of a tin and goes into the bottom of the cup. I'm not into elaborate coffee making and stuff like that. Pods and all these machines.
Oh, I have all kinds of different stuff, but most of the time I just use the Keurig. You know, I grind my own coffee in a Keurig, but I've got a warmer and a cup that works really good on a warmer, which sounds like that should be like easy to find, but it's not. I only spent about 3 hours looking for a cup that would work properly on a warmer because most of them don't. Well, what is he doing here? Looks like he's going to run into the 9. Yeah, he just brushed it. I guess he wanted to keep that.
Well, he's going to break the 2 off the 1. The 2 balls that are sat there. He's
perfect this is a little
that.
tricky. He's got to hit the 5 first, I think. And even then, it's not guaranteed he's coming up with a shot. But at least he'll have the 6. Okay, well, he's okay. He hit that with enough speed that it was going to be hard to get stuck.
Oh, I just saw that in the chat there, Brain Blue. Yeah, doing a top job. Thank you very much. I try my best. I'm only an amateur at this. Oh, where's the cue ball going here? I thought he was going to be behind the 5. He's okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and this is sitting good. Just stun a little, leave an angle, and then come straight up the table. Just right angle is just a straight follow shot. And he's going to go forward here, which is fine. Yeah. Probably just a straight follow shot here. I mean, it just depends on how close he wants to get. He'll have to use a little right English if he wants to be closer to it.
Yeah, he doesn't obviously want to run into the 9, so he needs to get this line right.
Oh no,
he's going to go inside it. Oh no, he's running. Yeah. He's running straighter. I thought he was going inside there and come around the corner.
Yeah, he hit that with a touch of inside, and this is perfect. So he's coming up. When it's this far from the rack, you don't. As long as you put just a little draw and get it coming back, it's not going to go in the pocket. That's why I like the object ball further from the rack, because it gives it a chance to react.
It's the only one, Slim. It's the only one in Twitch. It's the only one in YouTube as well. So the run goes to 29 from Stubbs' horrible break shot. I think that's the only way you could describe it.
Well, you got to wonder how he's going to react to this. He gets popped off a big one right off the bat, whether he's going to come out and play well or whether he's going to struggle.
Well, it was nuclear, whatever it was he was going to be doing, wasn't it? So he's going to have to drop a few bombs when he gets to the table.
He can shoot the 14. It's a little tricky, though, navigating through the balls. I think this is probably a wiser choice, is to shoot the 12 now. I would not be shooting the 15. I shoot the 12 and roll up and shoot the 2 ball.
I wonder what he's looking at.
Or he could try to roll up and shoot the 5 ball, because he needs to get that 5 out of there.
Well, why is he looking at?
I think he wants to shoot the 15, so he's trying to get in a spot where, he recognizes he needs to get those balls out of there, the 5 and the 15, and he's just trying to figure out how to get to them. But you can go 15, 2, 5 here. And then the 11 goes in one corner, the 6 goes in the other one. He's got plenty of options. You may bump him right here. Yep. Didn't hit it quite hard enough to spread him very good, though. I mean, I'm not sure how productive that was. In general, from what I've seen, watching people play straight pool, is they tend to go into the rack a little easier than they should. Now, Stubb will have to be different and blast it. But most guys are hitting this rack a little too easy. he's going to draw this one back with a little bit of speed here. Just hope he doesn't screw his 10 ball up. No, he didn't. He was very gentle. Okay. Well, he's got the 8 ball opened up and the 4 balls opened up, and everything looks good. No. Well, he's playing a lot of good patterns. Well, that was just stop on the 4, run bump. I mean, this is how straight pull should be played. It's nice and simple like this, not do a whole lot. I have my mic in the wrong spot. Sorry, guys. Perfect shot there. Well, normally I'd say forward, but this one looks like it's going to hit on the bottom of the 9, so I'd probably go backwards on this one. And he chose to hit it very easy, but came out with something. Yeah, he's fine. I mean, I just got to figure out how to deal with this little puzzle. I mean, the table's a little bit funny right now. I think he's probably going to try to get all the way back around. Nope. Okay, he's playing for the 11 ball. Yep, that's a good shot. I know what he's going to do here. He may try to bump the 8. Try to bump the 8 and try to come up with a shot on the 14, or he's got balls he can shoot up table. Well, that's even better. Just stop and shoot that ball. Yeah, he's working through this pretty well. And, you know, he's playing at a reasonable pace, too. I don't think he's... he might. I mean... Yeah, I think he'd better off doing it with the 8 than the 15, because the 15 is going right into that 4-7, and he doesn't really have a ball sitting where it's... he's just going to wait, and, you know, there's plenty of open balls here, so it's not really a big problem. He probably didn't want to be dead straight on this 8, but he can shoot a ball up table if he needs to. Well, ALBINARIO wants to win this thing, and he's putting the work in, and it's probably going to pay off for him. Stubb may get muted twice before he even gets to the table. I think he's going to shoot the 9-ball here, and he's almost guaranteed to come up with a shot on the 7, because the cue ball is going to go in and bump those balls. Well, he came up with a shot. That's probably about as the worst one he was going to get. No, but he's still okay. I mean, you shoot the 4-ball and move those. It's just a question of where he's going to come up with a break ball. Well, he can go from the 4 to the 12, although that's kind of tricky. I think that was probably a pretty good choice what he did right there, because it gave him a pretty good chance of preserving his break ball.
I've been rattling away for the last 5 minutes. I forgot my mic was muted.
Oh, I heard you.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
Okay, so it was me. I could hear you, but they couldn't.
No.
Okay.
Not that they missed anything.
Well, this is a little funny here. He could shoot the 4-ball right now, just to get a little different angle on this 1-ball. I mean, there's nothing wrong with shooting this 1-ball and just rubbing the 15 just a little. He's still going to get a shot on the 15.
Yeah.
He decided to try to get a different angle, and guess what? He's got the exact same angle that he had. But this is okay, just a little rub. And this is fine too. I mean, this is just pretty much just straight left English and come around the corner. Just control the speed on it.
Well, I'll wait till Albie gets to the break ball before I say what I'm about to say. And he's looking...
And he's sitting pretty good.
Reasonably good. The run goes to 56. He's 6 away from getting his high run in the tournament.
So this is coming up on the top side of the 8, which is a good place. You don't have to draw this tons if you don't want to. This rack should break nicely. He's putting a lot of draw on it, which I don't think he needs to, but it'll probably be okay.
And, well, he's got the 15, he's got the 5. Although I don't think it'll do him a lot of favours, the 5, the line that he's got on it. So
Yeah,
got a slight angle.
A sucker shot, because you're going to get into that rack there and potentially not have a shot. So this is a lot better.
It's a better angle now, yeah. Better angle.
So you got to decide whether you're going forward or back, and kind of got to look at where it's going into it. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure what the best move is. He looks like he's going center.
Oh.
And he got away with it. I mean, that was a little bit of a tricky situation there. There wasn't a clear way. Going forward had some risks, and going backwards was more likely to get stuck. He did the stun.
Now can he... Don't think he can take the 3.
Yeah, he's
when he
going to have
pots
to
the
do
8.
something with that 310, I think. You know, he's been working. His pattern play has been pretty good. It's definitely improved as time's gone on.
Well, what's the best time to get your high run for the tournament? Right at the start of the hot seat match. He's on 60 at the moment. 1 ball to tie. And now...
You know, before when he played, there was a number of perplexing shots he took, and so far he's been his pattern play has been very good today. So you know, I think he's getting better. He's going to be tough to beat in this tournament.
So when they talk about firing up, and we know who talks about firing up quite a lot, and he's certainly going to have to fire up if he gets to the table.
Yeah, if he's going to shoot a 6 or a 4, I'd rather shoot the 4. Shoot the 4 and bump the 9, and you know, you get the 7 or the 13, you can shoot. If you shoot it hard enough, you can move that 310, but that's a little risky. But he's got to figure out how to get that 9 ball out of there, because it's blocking everything. You know, usually in straight pool, when you got a rack or there's some balls spread out, there's usually 1 or 2 key balls that are the blockers, and right now it's a 9 ball.
Now, he doesn't want to run through and skim that 9, I don't think, off this 4, because that could lead to disaster.
Well, if he hits it with any speed, it's not going a good direction. So,
I mean, he doesn't want. He's reluctant to take the 6.
yeah, but I think the 6 is well. I'm going to go back on what I said about the 4. I think maybe the 6 is a better ball to take, because you can move those balls in the center with it. I mean, there's a little bit of risk involved in coming up with a shot, but I think the 6. I think the 6 is probably the better shot. And I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, because he just got rid of a ball that may bail him out if he gets stuck.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
Well,
this is no good.
Yeah, we're still stuck with this 10 and 3 here doing nothing. So he's
well, now he's going to have to shoot the 6, and the problem is that, you know, last shot he could have tried to move some balls.
He's running into the 10 and 3 here. He's getting inside left.
Yeah, that's well, the only good thing about that is he can shoot the 2 up table, you know, so he's always got
He'll take that. He'll take that.
He came out wonderful. He's smelling like roses right now.
64.
I think Stubb just muttered a few more BS's under his breath there, but
yeah,
you know, he was going to get a shot probably on the 2 ball no matter what. So you know, he didn't have to get the 310 to roll that way.
Well, the next target really for Albinario is to get to the end of this rack, get motoring in the next one, and head for the high run for the tournament. Are we going to have a 3-figure high run? Get your bets in, guys.
Yeah, his biggest issue in this rack right now is still the 9 ball.
Yeah, I don't know why Vin says doesn't get himself in these. He's missed. Very solid player. Good evening to VPM. Mr. Monster.
Hey, VPM.
Welcome to the party.
Well, he's probably going to just roll forward and bump. Nope, he's going to shoot the 13 next. Okay.
Yeah, 4 ball is going to be the shot.
And then it's going to be 2-railer to get on the 4 ball probably. Or that would be my preferred way of going. I don't like being this straight.
He's going forward and around the angles.
Yeah, and that's okay. I would rather not be quite that straight, but
pace looks good. Angle looks good to me.
That's perfect.
Sitting pretty. Run is 70.
He definitely needs to draw this one. It's coming in on the low side of the 7 ball, so I think you want to hit this one with a fair amount of speed and a lot of draw.
Now, guys, tell me how many's on Twitch and how many's on YouTube.
Well, he just proved me wrong. He didn't hit it with that much speed or that much draw, and it worked out pretty good.
Because whatever he is, Stubb is still box office. Stubb was in my biggest stream that I had, which was 43. That was a record. Only 11 and 8. Oh, that's a disaster. They're definitely not box office, these two players. Need to ditch them.
Well, Stubb's just about to come off of mute.
Yeah,
and,
well, get ready with the trigger button then. Oh no, in fact, you've got to leave it for a couple of minutes because all the guys want to see his reaction. We know what it's going to be, but
yeah.
Well, I mean, you just think back to the break. He's probably having a nightmare about that because he's never going to explain what he did there. There's no way you're going to get an answer out of him, a straight answer, and telling you what he was thinking when he did that break. I mean, that was just, some rookie that walked in the door today and bought the BP4 online and went in to try and play straight pool. That's a shot they would have played. It was unexplainable or inexplicable, if that's the word. And this is the ultimate punishment.
Albie's moving through this rack very smartly. I mean, he's not shooting the 8-ball here, which I think is smart, because that's the kind of shot, trying to move those balls that'll get you in trouble. This is a lot better place to try to move balls from right here.
Yeah, if he hits that 6, that'll split the 11 and 5 if he gets it right, and that'll open him wide open.
I think he wants to go forward with this and drive it. He doesn't have to hit it super hard, but you don't want to baby it. Yeah, he didn't have to hit him that hard, but that's fine as long as you're confident in the direction the cue ball is going through him.
Yeah, he's going to take the 10, I think. It's a little roll into the side, but I don't think he'll be any better on the 10 because it's, you can get on the 10 from this side, but it's tight. He's maybe looking around, but he might well take the 10.
He can shoot the 5 if he wants. He's going to get a piece of 11, but, the cue ball is going to come out. He can play shape on the 8 and get a shot on the 8 or the 7, or, the cue ball is going to hit the 11 and come out towards the other side of the table.
Well, he's looking at all these other alternatives. 10 ball remains where it is for the time being. He could be dropping below the 10 ball if he plays his 7.
You could keep the 10 for a break ball. The 3 ball will work. It's a little high.
Is there an angle on that 7? No, there isn't. It's the wrong side.
Yeah, he can just go down and shoot the 11 ball.
No, that is a possibility, Brain Pillow. He could have had the amp on when he was messing about, twisting his cue around before the lag went off, and whatever he was doing, I don't know. But anyway, we're trying to make excuses for him. It was a horrible break. Well, I keep saying about this 10 ball about getting out of the way. He's still not on it. Well, he's still not taking it, although he is on it. But he'd be running into the 6.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get in a place he could get on it there.
Now, is he going to stun this 3 in and come below the 10 and 6, or is he just going out into the table for the 8?
Well, the 3's a potential break ball.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a little high, but I mean, it could be used. Not anymore.
Well, this is going to get the nudge. It needs to just be a gentle brush, I think. I don't think. I mean, he needs to stun it firm to get the cue ball to move, but this is a bit fiddly where it could easily end up ugly.
He's got the 1 ball there, so if he gets himself locked on the 10, he's okay.
Well,
he didn't try to bunt the 6. I thought he would.
He's going to end
up table.
He's going to end up taking a 6.
He's actually going to put the 10 in a better spot.
Yep, he's just going to
bunt the 10. It'll get in a little better spot, and then I think he'll have a little bit of angle on that 1 ball where he can go to the long rail and come across.
Well, that is it's gone a wee bit further.
Yeah, he hit a little harder than I thought he would, but he's okay. I'm just going to have to hit this with inside, and if you don't know where it's going, it's better to favor above the side pocket if you don't think you can fit it. But he needs to get over to the other rail. Yeah, he went above.
And I think
that's a smart move going above, because trying to fit those balls in, it's easy to scratch. I can tell you some good stories about doing that and costing.
Well, Albie's an 84. He's 3 away from tying the high run.
He's been studying, because he's hitting this with top, which is the way you want to play this ball. You don't want to really baby this, although at this angle it's not the end of the world if you don't hit this real hard.
How's his luck?
That was going to separate, it's just...
Well, he's in a tough spot here. He's got an awkward cut in the 8, I think, if he can see enough of it.
Yeah. I think he's probably going to end up playing the 9-14 combo. Let's see what else he's got coming out of the stack.
Well, the 5-3 looks good, but that's going in the other hole. How does he get to it?
Yeah, the carom with 11's no good. I think the 9-14's probably going to be his best shot.
Is he looking at the 13 and slamming the 13 onto the 5? Surely he's not looking at that. Nope, he is looking at the combo.
Well, actually, I think the 13 onto the 5 is a good shot. I think that's probably the best shot you got right here. Well, I don't think the 13 needs to be just a little higher. I think it's too close to the 5 ball's the problem.
No. Well,
he's going to have to shoot the combo.
He's still called the combo. I still think he's looking around. Is he looking at this 5-3? Maybe not.
If that 13 ball was just a quarter-inch higher, I think it'd be on. I don't think it's on the way it's sitting. He's just going to get too much 5 ball. He needs to get to the back of it just a little more.
Yeah, but what if are you talking about coming off the 13 onto the 5? I'm talking about cutting the 13 onto the 5 and giving it a slam.
Oh,
big time.
Well, you'd have that would, yeah. Nah, that's pretty rough. I think if the 13 was a touch higher, you could play the carom off the 13 onto it. But from there, that's a big ass to cut the 13 into it.
He's taking an awful long time in making up his mind. He's still called the 14.
Yeah. According to Stubb, Albin's getting lucky.
Well, is Mr. Fox's high run still safe? And the answer to that is yes. Now, Stubb is going to have looked at that 5-3, and I can guarantee you that it's there as a bailout. He's got a shot, though.
From this angle, from this angle, it looks pretty good.
So, an excellent start from Albinario. From Stubb's break-off shot, Albie's highest run of the tournament into second spot with 85. And now, what's Stubb made of?
Albin has set a standard here that Stubb's going to have to live up to, or he's going to get drilled.
Yeah. So we know that there's a bailout combo there for Stubb. he'll have no doubt seen it. It's whether it's going to remain there. I mean, he can certainly use it as a way of smacking the pack open if he gets desperate enough.
You know, I mean, you can just play for the 2-ball here and use that to get on it, which looks like what he's going to do. Would have been nice to be a little straighter on the 2-ball, but he's fine.
You know something, Steve? I think that my crazy shot, cutting that 13 onto the 5 and slamming it to get the pace into the 2 balls, I think that was an easier shot than playing that combo. That 14 combo, whatever it was.
It's just the problem is you were gonna have to hit it really hard, and I'm not sure the 3 ball was getting to the hole.
Yeah, cue ball was going wherever you wanted it to go.
It was a big cut. It was going to be hard to get the 3 ball to the hole. I don't think he sees the shot. I mean, from that 2 ball, I would have played shape to hit the 8 onto it. You know, he could have gone 2 and then 8, 5, 3.
Do you know? I don't think he spotted it. I mean, it sounds crazy, but he's looking at the potting angle in the 8, and that 3 ball just waiting to get knocked in.
Yeah,
I'll tell you something.
7-14, and it's close, but I think it's going to throw into the titty.
Well, I don't know what he's playing for next after this. Unless the 13 goes on its own, so that's the only ball he's playing for. Yeah,
and he's doing it the hard way because that 5-3 has been sitting there all day.
Watch the 3 follow the 5, the 13 in a minute. Watch this. 2 of them end up in the same hole. Oh no, he skimmed off them, and it's still set there. It's still set. It hasn't been touched. It still goes.
Yeah, well, he doesn't.
It won't go now because I'm pretty certain he'll bump something here. I think he'll just maybe catch something.
Yeah, he's going to catch a lot of something here. It's a 15. This is a little bit of a risky shot because right now he's set up. He's just going to catch a piece of that 15, and he had the 12 ball there, which turns out he needed.
Well, 5 ball is going to have to do it. Right at the top of the pack. 3 ball up top side.
Well, he's making life hard, and he's going to have a hard time winning if he makes life hard. He needs to kind of wake up and see what's going on around him.
Well, there's only Stubbs' way to do it.
Well, I don't think he's played a lot of straight pool, and straight pool players are going to be looking in the rack all the time to see what's happening. Straight pool in one pocket, you spend a lot of time looking at the rack.
No, he's doing a fair bit of thinking here of where to go. There only is 5 balls left on the table. He should have that patterned out in his head already.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really that tough. I mean, really the thing to do here is not that.
Oh, dear. I mean, that's just a cardinal sin. I mean, okay, the both of them go, but, he's just giving himself more work to do to get onto them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a simple pattern there.
And
Leave the 3 ball for the end, and you know, it was a very simple pattern, and he screwed it up.
that's the point I'm making there. There's only 5 balls left on the table. It shouldn't be that difficult to work out where you're going. And then he commits the first thing you shouldn't be doing is running into balls when you don't need to, when they're sitting open.
Well, the thing was, it's a really simple situation. I mean, he was sitting on the first ball good. It was a simple situation, and you know, all of a sudden he's made it really tough.
Now, what's Stubbs' high run for the tournament? 60. So that's his first target.
I don't get this shooting a 5 ball. He should shoot the 15 here, but if he's going to shoot the 5, he needs to juice this and get the cue ball to go around the 15 so he doesn't hit it. You can shoot that 5 ball and miss the 15 as long as you hit it with enough speed. And, you know, you can shoot the 15 here and just leave the 5. I don't know what the heck. And now he's doing something silly. Jacking up on stuff. So now he's got himself funny on this 3 ball. And he's going to draw it back, which is, you know, this shot's a little touchy getting the angle right. Yeah, he played it conservatively to make sure he came up with a shot. You know, this is going into that 1 ball pretty square. Probably hit this with a little bit of top. And you can hit this one pretty hard if you want. That's not the way to hit it. You know, that he didn't put much speed on it. He got lucky. But, you know, that
he's going to have to
put
play
just
the
enough
combo.
speed to get into the middle of the pack and get stuck. Well, he's got shots, but, you know, that was on the light side, that hit.
He's got a testy little 1 ball.
So Lard is here. Hi, Lard. Yeah, he's going to shoot the combo, which I think is a better shot. But
I mean, that 1 ball, he's just, you know, he's just a little too close for comfort. He's just got to roll that long.
The problem is, you know, it's what's he shooting next? That's the biggest problem with the 1 ball.
He'd leave probably a cut in the 13.
I mean,
he wouldn't leave much, to be honest with you. I mean, if he went farther up the table, he could have the 5 or the 7 if he falls into the gap. Well, I said he would leave the cut in the 13. He's just almost on it. He's got the cut in the 2, and then he'll be running into the long grass again, I think. Oh, he's got the cut in the 10.
Yeah, and that's a nice shot because he's got the 9 ball there. He can come up into the 12-4 and, you know, spread some balls out. Again, it's like just hitting it too soft. I mean, it's.
Well, he's now in the perfect scenario that Stubb ends up in, where he has to dig out pots to stay at the table. You know, it's not pot and balls to get good shape. It's pot and balls to actually just stay at the table.
Yeah.
You know, because he's doing it ugly at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say his patterns are terrible, but he's just key decisions in them where he's not taking advantage of the table and he's making it tough.
Well, they'll be going for a smack here, I think.
Yeah, this is fairly safe.
Well, I think he's fine. I think that 9 ball, he can take that right now. If it is the 9, could be
It's
the 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just got to make sure that you don't come back and double kiss the 2 on top of you if you shoot that.
And then he's got he really needs to get rid of that 9 that's blocking 2
Now,
balls.
chances are that 2 double kiss wouldn't end up right on top of it, but I've been in matches where I had shots like this and I'm like, yeah, the chance of that happening is really low, and then of course it does. Okay, that was well played. Pull it back, get it out of the way. Yeah, he's moving along okay here.
He's working, now that he's got himself into reasonable shape. Still got to get rid of that 9 ball. Got break shot choice there, I think. Let's have a look. Well, you've got the 6 that's at the corner of the pack. You've got the 3 ball into the table. You've got the 14 ball this side tighter to the pack, so he's got 3 reasonable enough break balls to work around. Still not got rid of the 9, although he might end up taking the 8 into the side or something like that if he ever lands back there. I don't know.
Boy, I don't like that kind of shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be trying to keep the 3 ball. That was
See, I don't know what he played for there, because okay, he's on a shot. I think he just played into a zone. When you've got 2 or 3 balls in and around a circle, you're just looking to get into an area to give you a choice, but he's sort of in between here. He's got the 4 up the table, but he's still got to get rid of that 9.
He can play the 6 on the 9 right now if he wants. It's a shot that he might not be comfortable with, though. He can roll up table on the 4 and shoot the 9. Okay, he's gonna draw this 6 ball. That's not a bad play either. He's gonna bump the 8 and the 12. He'll probably come up with a shot on something, and he's still got the 4 ball. Well, now he's looking at something else. I mean, he can draw the 6 and get into the 8-12 if he wants. I'm a little surprised he's not doing that, because that's a shot everybody would be comfortable with.
Now, what's he doing here? Is he get left on this?
Yeah, I guess he's going to play position on the 6 ball, or maybe he's going to try to bump the 12.
Oh, he's missed the 8 though. The English has done him. That's what's caught him out there. And the run is 21.
I just don't understand why he didn't, do a little punch draw on that 6 and get into the 8-12.
At that pace, putting the English on, you've got to make that allowance for the squirt of the cue ball, and he ended up overcutting it to the jaw. This is going to be painful.
Yeah, well, I mean, running 21 wasn't the end of the world, but ending it like that was not good, because Albin's at the table with a easy rack to finish out, and who knows how big this one's going to be. Shoot the 14 and stun it, I would think. Have a shot on the bump the 12 and have a shot on the 12 or the 9. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Nine, 12, 4.
Yeah, you got to decide how you want to be on this 4. Yeah, he's funny on the 12. You just don't want to get above the 4 ball line. and he made sure he didn't. You know, it's better to have to go up table than, you know, you get above it and you're no good. This isn't really all that bad going up table with inside English and go 2 rails to get on this 3-ball. I think that's what he's going to do. Well, he only went 1 rail. That's fine.
Well, Stubbs got his fingers crossed right now.
This is another good one to go forward on at this angle. He should be able to get into that 14 ball pretty hard. Yeah, that's a beauty. That was well played there.
Yeah, he's got a couple of shots. And, I mean, all of these balls are fine. You just had, this is perfect for picking your way through these.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Albin's really improved in these matches, because I've watched, I don't know how many, 3 or 4 of the ones he's played, and he's definitely getting better. His patterns are getting better. The way he's shooting break shots is getting better. Yeah, he's going to be tough to beat.
Well, that's a point, Bedhead, because you're sort of in the zone for the amount of time you're at the table on that run, and then the next thing you know, you've missed a ball or whatever, and then suddenly you're back at the table within a short space of time, and you're trying to get yourself back into a set rhythm, and sometimes it can backfire on you. You know, you're maybe 30, 40 minutes at the table.
Yeah, that's the thing about the hard thing about pool is that you have to be able to get in a rhythm instantly, whether you may have been sitting for a long time or whatever, but you have to come to the table in rhythm and go right off the bat. And that's something that I know I struggled with a lot. It took me a long time to learn it. I do it pretty good now, but for a long time, you know, if I sat at the table, I'd come up there and be helpless. It was like over just because the other guy had, you know, kept me in the chair. And, you know, in VP, it's the same sort of thing.
Well, we're an hour and, well, my clock has started it a bit late, but we're an hour and 3 minutes into the match. And Albinario is knocking on the door of halfway home.
Well, that was the first ball he's hit that he really played it the wrong way. I mean, he could have drawn that ball if he was going to go forward. He needed to force it. He's gotten away with it. He's probably going to run into the 15 ball here, which would be good to get a shot on the 1 or 7.
Just got to make sure you've got that cue stick centred here when you're playing this over that 14. Got it nice.
That was close. That was almost a scratch. He catches a piece of that 15, and it's probably in the side pocket.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those kind of things. And, you know, if you're playing that shot, you've got to be aware of it. You've got to be trying to either miss that 15 or you've got to try to make sure you hit it pretty square because, you know, that little gentle rub is the one that is going to bite you in the ass. And then guys go, oh, that was a bad roll. Well, yeah, if you're going 3 or 4 rails and it does it, it's a bad roll. But in that situation, you got to be aware that that ball's there and you don't want that rub. That was well played there. And he's going to get rid of the problem he has. He may just want to shoot the 2 ball up table, stop it and shoot it up table. Well, he's going to go ahead and draw back. That's fine too. That's probably what I would have done in real life. But VP, it's so easy to shoot balls up table. I think, you know, I watch Semi play and he shoots a lot of balls up table.
Well, I think he's got himself dead straight in this one. This is
he can get to the end rail. He put a little cut on it and go to the end rail.
Pinch it a bit.
Watch out. Watch out.
Now he's...
Oh, he did not want to get on that side of it. He could have shot it in the corner. He could have shot it in the side, but he did not want to be on this side of it.
Yeah, he's now got to run to a rail.
Yeah, he's going to try to go forward in 2 rails, and he needs to put a fair amount of English on this, or he's not going to get there.
1, 2, and it's running. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say that's a
take
pretty
that.
good result from there. He'll take that.
The English spins it off the 2 rails, brings it into the table.
He's coming into the 6th ball. He needs to draw this. He's coming pretty straight into it. Just a little draw would be enough. And I'd hit this one pretty hard. I mean, most of the guys I've seen shooting this shot aren't hitting it hard enough. You want to get that cue ball off the rack, and you want to get it to spread out nicely.
Oh dear.
Did he try to go forward, or did he just not put any backspin on that? I don't know what happened there. He either he went forward or he didn't put backspin on it.
Well, he slid off the side of the pack. Run ends at 19.
That's a very avoidable situation there. I mean, sometimes you get scratches that are just sort of bad breaks, but that wasn't one of them. He just played that shot wrong. Well,
now Stubb needs his highest run of the tournament, I think, if he's going to stay in this match.
Yeah, well, this is a tough situation. You've got a guy that's got you way down and is playing good. You know, if you screw up, he's probably going to put another big run on you. It's like, and that's just sort of not really knowing where the cue ball is going there.
79 behind. Well, 10 ball is a blocker. 15 ball then goes.
Yeah, you know, he's getting into these balls, but the problem is he's not really sure where the cue ball's going, and he's catching like just the wrong pieces of them and leaving himself in tough situations.
11 doesn't go.
He needed to catch that ball solid. I mean, he had other balls down there he could shoot.
Yeah, and I think he tried to get into the 11 there.
You know, you can get away with that a little more playing a game like 9 ball, but in straight pool, you know, you keep making cue ball mistakes and it's going to catch up with you.
You couldn't have said it any better, Steve. That's the thing where Stubbs, he's happy in 9 ball where he can get away with all the loose shots where you don't need to be great on a ball.
Yeah, well, the game was more subtlety. You know, playing rotation like Filipino rotation or one pocket or straight pool. All these games where, you know, you've got to have a complete set of pool skills. And, you know, playing 9 ball, you can be pretty one-dimensional and get away with it.
So he's got rid of the problem. Well, it's a case of make do, isn't it? The 9 balls in the pack, the 2 ball would do as a break shot, the 11 would do, and a push the 15 would do, but, you know, 2 of them are going to have to go, and he's got the ball in the rail as well, which he probably take now. No.
Yeah, now he's a little funny. I mean, you couldn't pick a much worse spot for the cue ball because you know, you shoot the 15, it wants to run at the 12 ball. I think he's probably better off just rolling the 11 ball right here, and because he'll get a shot on the 12 if he rolls the 11 ball. Yeah, he shoots the 15 ball, and that's not so guaranteed. Now it looks like he's going to shoot it with inside, which will work.
Yeah, that's checked it and killed it.
Yeah, he almost wore all the spin off of it. That was close.
So this needs the pace to get the pot. And the cue
He's going to
balls.
go up. He's going to go up and down.
No, he's not.
No. And see, that's just, you got to recognize.
I mean, look at the room he had to go up and down.
Yeah,
the whole table.
You're not, you try to stop it short, and you're risking not even getting the ball to the hole, and it's just an obvious situation that you go up and down. Now that's a shot that a 9-ball player ought to be very comfortable with. They get a little thin on the ball and they go back and forth. And
I know he's got to go 8 feet, 12, 13 feet to get to the two, and he's going to be ending up pretty straight on it, I would think.
Well, I think the shot he played was a good shot.
Right.
He hit a little light, but that was a nice play to play a 4-railer.
Right.
But I just don't get that. It's like, here we are, where he does not go up and down, and then he plays 4-rail position, like he knows what he's doing. So it's a little bit of a mystery there, why he would play with the one correctly and not the other. But this rack's sitting good. I mean, he's got a chance to make a big run. I mean, the question is he going to stop it by doing something stupid? If he doesn't, then maybe he's going to run 80 or 100 balls.
Well, he's backed into a situation where he really has to put something substantial together to get himself back in the match. You know.
Well, but one thing he is doing is, he's not being bothered by the fact that Albin's put some big runs up and he's had to sit and watch. I mean, he's actually, hitting the balls pretty good. So I think he's got a chance to do that. I mean, he's not struggling. And he's shooting the right shot here. This is what you want to do.
Got a beautiful break shot as well.
Yeah, well, there's a pretty good chance he was coming up with one there. So solves all his problems, gets break balls. So he should be off and running here. Pool-wise, I think, Stubb does some things better than Albin. Albin does some things better than Stubb. The big advantage Albin has is he just seems to grasp how to play straight pool better than Stubb does.
Yep.
But that said, I mean, things go well and Stubb gets a couple breaks and stuff. I mean, he could pop off a big run.
Oh, he's not. I mean, he's capable of stringing balls together. But as you say, you've got to do it. You've got to do it the right way, time after time, to get to that critical last couple of balls.
Well, it's a matter of percentages, I mean, if you play the right way, your percentage goes way up of, getting to the break ball and having a good shot. And when you play the wrong way, the percentage goes down. But, you can beat the odds a lot of times. I mean, he's got a couple real good break balls there. I'm not sure why he's not shooting a 1-ball right now. I mean, that's a little bit of a mystery to me, is why he would go up table at this point. I mean, he's got enough angle to come out and get a ball. Well, I wouldn't have done that, but I would have gone 2 rails and come out and then, play the 14 or the 6 or the 10 I wouldn't have left it back there.
Well, he's definitely working around the 10 ball. So what's he going to leave the 14 to get on that 10? Or the 4?
Yeah, well, hopefully he has a plan.
Well,
Yeah, he's just continuing to get funny here.
yeah,
this is not the shot you really want on the 14 ball.
Yeah, nowhere near good in the 14. So if he takes
this
it
is kind of
long,
a tricky shot.
If he takes the 14 long, he's going to the side railing out, isn't he?
I think you got to shoot this in the side pocket with inside and come down and leave yourself an angle on the 4 where you can come off the long rail and out for the 10. I think that's the easiest shot here.
Well, he's going long. He's going to the side railing out.
Yeah, which I think is a harder shot, but it's doable. But I think that's a harder shot.
No, now he's looking at the side. I think he's going either way. He hasn't made his mind up. I think it's the side now.
This is a shot I like. You got to make sure you get some angle on that 4 ball. You don't have to have it, but it's more guaranteed if you just plan to play for some angle, which he's done. He's rolled a little far, but, still this is kind of a soft draw. You could hit this with English and kill it. There's a bunch of different ways you can play this shot. He played it with just a little English and killed it, and that was well played.
Pretty good.
So I think it's coming in at a pretty good place. I definitely want to draw it.
Oh, 5 ball will do it.
It's like, obviously none of these guys have watched Jason Saw play, because you watch him hit that.
Yeah, he would have hammered that. Yeah, he would have hammered it.
Yeah, I just don't get it. You're not going to miss the ball in VP. It's like, I think the problem is the players aren't sure where the cue ball's going sometimes, and there's times where you don't want to hit break shots hard, but that wasn't one of them.
Well, if there's any latecomers joined the stream, and there might be people watching who aren't in the chat. This is the hot seat match for the 2022 Virtual World Straight Pool Championship. To see who gets the final. And we've got Bedhead in the one-loss side, or the semi-final, waiting on the loser of this match. The win goes to 31.
Stubbs at 31, and he's still going. And, I think he's gotten better at this game, too. His patterns are actually better than I remember them being. He still isn't recognizing some things, and he's still hitting some of the break shots not quite the right way. But, he's definitely playing better than he was before.
Well, he's got to keep
that
at
proves
it.
That proves it, folks. Even Stubb can learn.
He's going a bit awkward here.
Boy, I'd be tempted to shoot that 4-12 combo right now. He's sitting on it real good. It'll spread out all those balls. So that's the kind of thing, recognizing you've rolled up in a situation where that 4-12 is really good, and it's going to spread those balls out. It's like, why not just shoot it right now? Well, I think he'll try to move some balls here. He's got to be a little careful, because if he hits the 9 ball, he could get up being stuck. He wants to be coming back where he's going to kind of brush the balls and not stick. If he goes directly in that 9 ball, yeah. I think at the angle, even going on a 9 ball, if you put speed on it, it'd be hard to get stuck. I think he's fine here. He's got the 6 and the 11. Yeah, see, he hit that with enough speed, it was going to pop out.
Now, 13 ball isn't in the pack, but it's very tight.
Well, that one he hit perfect. So you got to give Stubbs some kudos. I don't know, Semi.
Well, I mean,
That's going mental.
It wasn't dead set, that combo, but it wasn't that difficult to make.
Yeah, where he was sitting, it was good. I mean, I don't know. I don't like to go mental like that. I look at the balls and try to hit what it looks. I don't think that shot's harder because he's behind or the situation. It's just a pull shot. I mean, if I started believing that, I'd probably be on suicide watch when I play pool. I got enough mental problems without thinking that way.
Well, the one ball's now come into play because that certainly wasn't there 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, he's actually playing pretty good right now. I mean, his patterns have not been bad, and I mean, this has actually been a enjoyable match to watch because it's been pretty well played. Stubbs actually surprising me.
Well, it'll get more enjoyable to watch if he keeps himself at the table.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything's looking pretty good right now. I mean, he should get this through this rack and get a good break shot. Oh boy. That was not good.
Yeah.
Boy. Talk about putting yourself in the wrong spot.
Well, that 7 isn't going. That's way, way too tight.
Yeah, so, that was commentator's curse. As soon as I start praising him, he does something like this. That was a terrible shot.
9 balls too tight. And
I mean, he's having to shoot a bank shot on his break ball. That's how bad a shot that was.
Oh yeah, he's dead in the water here.
Wow, this is, I mean, if you make this, everything's good, but this is not the shot you want to be shooting.
Did he call it in his pocket? I presume he has.
Yeah, he called the bank. I mean, it's not a terribly difficult bank, but it's not the shot you want to shoot.
Yeah, it's gone in.
He hit it good.
And he's got himself bailed out.
Yeah, nice recovery there.
And he's up to ball back on the second choice break ball, presumably the 13.
Yeah, well, the 7's sitting real good. See, that's a situation where you've got that 9 ball. You shoot that 9 ball up table, and I mean, you're almost perfect. Maybe pull it back just a touch, and you're good on that 7. I mean, I don't think he'll recognize that, but in this situation, as close as that 13 is of the rack, I'd think about playing the 7 as a break ball.
Yes, I'm afraid you did, Hair Pig. Yeah. Albinario was that close to getting a high run.
Well, the tournament's not over yet. There's still plenty of time to get the high run.
Oh, yeah. I think he's gone dead straight in the 9, so just a roll through.
Yeah, he's going to have to hit this ball with a touch of left English.
Just to tweak the angle when it comes off the rail and get into shape.
You just got to make sure you don't underhit this, especially putting a little left English on it. It's going to kill on the rail a little, so it needs a little more speed. I mean, with this 13 ball, you don't want to have too much angle, but you got to get to the other side of it. And he barely did.
Yep.
Well, now you got to be careful because you draw this hard and you could end up in the corner pocket. And he is going to draw this hard.
And he's on the 9 ball, I think. One way or another. Just on the 9.
Yep.
Quite look at the pack.
He's got a lot of options here. I mean, he can use the 1 ball right after this if he wants to get into the rack. And he may need to because they're sitting not so wonderful.
How much?
This is a little touchy getting on this 1 ball with an angle. He's going to have to hit this pretty soft if he wants to play that, which he chose not to.
Dead straight again.
Well, you know, the problem is there's nothing over here you can even shoot, let alone get to the rack with.
Yep, absolutely nothing at all. I mean,
I'd almost be tempted to going forward 2 rails here with a 2-ball,
yep,
because you're going to come
corner
in between that 3 and 11, and you know you're probably going to come up with a shot. You won't spread the rack a lot, but you'll probably come up with a shot on one of those balls.
Yeah.
I would be tempted to 2-rail this, because it looks like it's probably going to come in and hit the 11 ball if you juice this up, and then the 3, and chances are you're going to come up with a shot.
Well,
he did not do that. He's thinking more conventional of trying to slide across, and I think, especially since he doesn't have a lot of angle here, I think this is actually a riskier shot than shooting the 2 the shot before. You just got to avoid getting stuck here.
He's okay. He hasn't done any major damage to the pack, but let's have a look at that. 14.
Well, he was going to have a hard time moving a lot of balls there.
Well, the 14's good. I mean, that's the one he wants to try and get on, but I mean, he's going to do well to get on it from this situation.
This isn't that hard a shot to get on it. You play off the end rail, long rail.
Well, he's going the other side of it, yeah.
He's trying to jack it up. Now, I wouldn't play it this way. That's hard to get on it playing it that way. It's just hard to control it.
He's overhit it.
But he's come out perfect on the 3-ball. So, I mean, things are going his way right now. There's a situation he played the wrong shot, got funny.
Yeah.
But he's perfect on the 3-ball to get into the rack, and you got to hit this with some speed. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. If you're going to play that 3, you got to wham it. He's looking away from it, and I'm not sure I like that decision, because that may be his best chance at breaking these balls up.
I mean, that's staring you right in the face. That's a shot to play to get into them. You're going to do some sort of damage one way or another.
Geez, Hairpig, even I could make that shot. It's not, oh my God, even I can make that shot.
Well, he's not interested in it.
I can't believe it. Well, the only real danger is getting stuck on the rack, and you got to overcome that by using a lot of speed, because you're going to come into that 15 ball. Maybe he doesn't realize how hard it's going to move sideways if he powers the 3-ball. I mean, you're going to move sideways a long, long ways if you put a lot of speed into it. I don't get it. Maybe he's playing for this carom. Does that carom go? Carom on the 7-ball? It looks like it's going to hit high. Yeah, I don't think it's on. It looks like it's going to hit up on the long rail.
Well, I don't think he can see the 11. That's the first problem he's got.
Yeah, well, he got lucky rolling up on the 3-ball, and then he didn't shoot it. Because I just don't think he recognized that shot was a viable shot, because I don't think he realized how much the cue ball was going to go sideways when he hit it at high speed. He was definitely going to be able to hit that 15 ball. And with enough force, I think he could bounce off.
Let's have a look. I think, look at that 12 ball into the side, 7-12 into the side. It looks fairly set to me. Maybe it's going to the knuckle.
It's a little short, but you might be able to get it to go.
When you look at it from behind the pocket, it doesn't look quite so pretty.
I think right now with the 5-ball it might go, but those are risky shots, because they're it's so close. The pocket's not huge at that angle. That's a risky shot to shoot, because the 7 is going to cut the 12 a little, but it's going to throw too from that angle a lot. And,
right.
Yeah, I'd be scared to shoot that.
Well, this is going to have to slow down, because he's going to block himself off again here. I think he's just got it.
Yeah.
Well,
just hit it with a little bit of left English and spin it, and then he can shoot the 11 and get it into the rack. So he's managing to get things done, but he's not really doing it the easiest way again.
Well, if he gets, depending on how he hits this, well, he's going to hit the 7. So let's see where this 12 ball goes.
Well, I would be drawing this quite a bit here because you want it to come off of that. I don't think there's much chance of scratching on this, so I would hit this hard with a lot of draw.
See if he gets the hit on this.
If he doesn't hit this hard enough, he could end up stuck.
Oh, he skimmed off it. He skimmed off them.
Well, I didn't like playing it that way because, you just risk not coming up with a shot. I mean, if this was real life, I would be like pretty unhappy at this point because I would never want to shoot the shot. I mean, even in VP, this is no bargain.
Well, this is a run of 51, and he's going to have to dig out a shot here. And he's got it.
He did. Well, the strength of his game is ball pocketing, and he just showed it there. I mean, he fired that thing in like it was nothing.
Right, so he's 15 balls fine where it is. There's no problem getting to it. Problem's what the break ball's going to be.
You can break with that 7 ball. I think it's high, but you can get a piece of the rack. I don't think you're going to be able to get a lot of rack.
Well, what if
the 7 in the side's beautiful, but you can't get there.
Right. What if he leaves the 15 ball as his last ball with a slight angle, pots at 15, and comes out for the 7? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good way to get to it. I don't know what he's going to do, but I mean obviously at this point in the rack you've got to think 1, 2, 3, and it looks like 5, 8, 15.
Just 8 into the opposite noise. Again, I don't know why he's drawn into a ball.
Well, he tried to make a break ball. I mean, he didn't like the 7, so he's trying to make a break ball. Well, he took a chance there, and he did make a break ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to. He's going to have to pot it though.
I think he might be able to shoot the 7. It's close. I mean, it's. I think he can get to the end rail if he shoots the 7 ball, but this is that angle where no matter what you do, the ball tends to come off at about a 30-degree angle. So this is very close to a scratch. It's not if he shoots this, it's going to be close to that corner pocket.
I think he's got 8 ball, 15 ball down the rail, Steve. He's looked at the 8. I think he's trying to pinch a bit of an angle in the 8 and come across. Yeah.
Well,
then he's back at the 7. I don't know what he's doing.
You gotta. This 7 ball shot's a little scary. I think it is viable, but it's a little bit scary. I'll tell you what. In real life, I've had this kind of situation come up when I've shot the 8 ball because I was like,
Oh, he's got the knuckle.
Yeah.
Well, the run ends in 54.
I think he was trying to, cheat the pocket a little and avoid the scratch, and he ended up missing the ball.
Oh, Albie's falling asleep while Stubbs been at the table.
Yeah, that was a tricky situation. I probably would have shot the 8 ball there just because if I was that uncomfortable on the 7, I probably would have shot the 8 ball and tried to figure out how to break with the 7.
Well, I think it would have been easier to tweak that 8 ball, get yourself around for the 15 in the side there with an angle hopefully, and then get back out for the last shot. But anyway,
he may have fallen into the trap, and I know this trap well because I've done this a lot. Is you come up with a plan, and then you stick with it no matter what.
Exactly.
You should have adapted.
Yeah, adapt and survive.
So many times.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have that, this is where you have to be open to your own suggestions, and you have to listen to that little voice in your head. Sometimes you can't just be blinkered into the one route of getting there. You have to look at your alternatives.
The first clue is when you're looking at that 7 ball and you start getting afraid of the scratch, and you know it's real close, and you start thinking about cheating the pocket. That's about the time when you need to start thinking about changing the plan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Stubbs had a run of 54. He's 29 behind, is that right? and he almost got back in touch.
Well, Albin just hit that perfect. I mean, that was a nice shot there.
So there's a critical one for Stubb as far as he's concerned, because he's dreading Albie getting good on this and getting up and running.
You kind of got to decide whether you're going to roll this in a position or go to the other rail. If you go to the other rail, you're going to want to probably come above the side pocket. He looks like he may try to roll this. Yep. And he got pretty straight.
He's going to struggle.
That's why I bring up going to the other rail, because you can control the speed, and even if you're on the rail, you've got more angle than that. And I think, this is that percentages thing. Is I think the way he played that was a less percentage chance of being successful than going to the other long rail with it.
Is it a bank for the 14? What did he call there?
Yeah, he's playing a bank. I mean, he maybe could play safe here. I mean, playing both is no good in straight pool.
He's not looking at the 10 off the 11, is he?
Yeah, that's not sitting good enough, I don't think. I mean, will it go? Yes. I think if you draw the cue ball, the 10 ball will go. But if you don't draw it, I think it's going to hit high. If you draw that cue ball on the 10, it'll throw forward some.
Well, the bank it is. Nailed it. Where's the cue ball, though?
Well, I mean, that's he really went for it there. I mean, I applaud him for that, because he figured out how to get a shot, which was hitting it with speed. I mean, that was a hell of a shot there. That was a hell of a shot. I mean, that took some balls to shoot that shot, and in this situation where, it's a pretty tight match, and I mean, that made the pocket small hitting it at that speed. That's been the shot of the match right there.
Well, he's got two good opportunities, I would say, to disturb this pack of balls. That 11 ball at the back there looks good.
Yeah, but the problem was the angle he had. It was going to be hard to get on it.
He's gone too straight in the 9 slightly.
He's got the 9 ball. He can move these balls some.
A little nudge in the 3 and the 1. And he's still okay, I think. But now he's got to get rid of something. The 13's in the way.
Well, he's got the 12 and 11. He just has to roll forward. He can shoot the 12 and 11. Just got to make sure. He's at a funny angle on this 10 where he could roll through and hit the tit. He's got to be a little careful if he goes that way. He's looking at the 7. I don't like that. I think he's going to shoot the 10. You just got to make sure that you don't hit the tit on the other side. And he didn't. So, yeah, he's got the 12 ball. I'm not sure what he's looking at, but I think the only thing he's got is a 12 ball. Well, he got away with that. I don't know that those balls went where he thought they were going to go, but he got away with it. So I'd imagine he'll roll up and shoot the 11 or the 5 ball here next. Yeah, he's going to shoot the 11 ball. This is where these straight pool drills come in handy, is where you just, you've got a pattern where you're just rolling balls, playing just natural angles, not doing a whole lot with a cue ball, and you just don't want to bump other balls.
On a different subject, Steve, have we got an agreement with the audience and yourself as to where we're going next? What's the next biggie? Is it blackball? Is it snooker?
Well, I'm up for anything. Hairpick says one pocket. Well, I'm up for anything we can get a field.
Yeah, one pocket, that'd be just you, Bedhead, and Slim. So that'd be a semi-final and a final. I'm all for that because it would be over. It'd be fairly painless.
I'd like to see blackball if we can get enough guys. I mean,
well, you'll get plenty of people playing that.
Yeah. Well, I think we should do blackball. I mean, we never do that.
This is still weak match in the straight pool world, and you lucky I missed easy normal shots, K. I think Stubbs getting the treatment in a minute. Now, what was the replay about? Was that an accident? So we've got nice choice of break balls if whatever one he wants.
Well, I don't like being on that side of the 13. I'm not sure what he was thinking there.
No, he's going to go forward and around the angles, isn't he? With a bit of right. And the pace looks good.
That was well played, but yeah, I don't. That's not the shot you want to have to shoot. Now let's see here. He's going into this 14 ball pretty solid. I think this is just a stun.
Can I just point something out here before I cuss Albinario? Albinario hasn't missed a break ball all night.
Oh God, why do you have to say that?
Watch this, folks.
This is sitting real good, just to stun it and hit that 14 ball real solid. Put some speed on this thing. He's putting a little top on it, which is probably okay at this angle. Yeah, that worked perfectly. He was up on top of it enough.
I mean, it sounds simple, but we've seen the amount of guys that have been on runs of 30, 40 and threatening to put them together, and the critical ball is always that break shot, and Albie's stuck every one of them. He has not missed one.
Well, he's been hitting them at good speeds and understanding where the cue ball's gone. I mean, he's obviously been working on this because it's looking pretty good.
I had every faith in Albinario there, Herr Hig. You know I did. Shameless attempt to jinx the poor man. Everybody knows my jinxing abilities.
Yeah. Let's see what he does here. He's probably going to shoot the 11 next, but go 4-11. Oh, he's shooting a 12 ball.
Now, while he's doing that, let me just...
If he can shoot that, he needs to bump the 3.
Let me find a Friday night 9 ball.
He's kind of a little funny here, but nothing that he shouldn't be able to handle.
Just wait till he pots this ball and then I'll click the link so we can have a look and see if that tournament's still going on. Don't know what's happening in it. It must be there by now. 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's a sort of normal for Friday night 9 ball.
I mean, if he's going to shoot the 4 ball, he needs to run into the 8 ball, I think. I mean, there's times when you got to run into balls, and this is one of them because he's going to get a shot on 11 if he hits 8 solid.
He just nursed it. Right, quick look.
Well, now you can move. You can move to the 13 because you're going to come up with a shot on the 1.
Oh, Larry!
I don't know if he's going to do that or not. What's he doing?
Larry has won Friday night 9 ball. Beat Mr. Fox 9-3 in the final. So Larry's back to his winning ways.
I would be drawing this into the 13 ball. He's looking to go forward with left English, which I don't know. I don't like that as much. He could play the 12 for the side pocket if he wants. Yeah, he's just sort of in no man's land. He's come up really funny. He's probably going to shoot the 10.
Oh, there's Sharky 9 back in the house.
Well, this is a good opportunity to come around the 7 ball and get into the 2 ball, but you don't want to hit the 13 ball. So, yeah, this could be a little tricky here, too. If you hit the 7 ball, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but hitting a 13 ball, all kinds of bad things could happen. Yeah, I'll even hit the 13 ball. As long as you don't get into the backside of it, you're probably okay.
Ooh.
Oh boy. See, now that's where you didn't want to go. He got on the very far side of the 13. He got away with it though.
So, 15 ball will do it. I think that's the one he's trying to avoid.
He's fine here. He's just got to figure out how to work through the rack. I mean, I think playing shape for the 12 ball in the side pocket and bumping the 3 isn't a bad play because he's going to come up with a shot on the 7.
It looks like he's trying to run into the 7 here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he got away with it. That kind of a shot is a little bit less it's a little more indeterminate how you're going to come out, but he's fine.
Sharky 9 says this is class versus wannabe.
I'm not sure what he's looking at here. If he doesn't like the angle on the 9, he shoot the 7 and then shoot the 9. Yep, that's what he's going to do. You just don't really want to mess your break ball up here, so I'd draw this into the 3 ball and shoot the 8 or 12 next. See, that's what you didn't want to do. Is he needed to draw that ball because too much chance of doing what he just did.
I don't think it'll get to that stage, but that 15 and 8.
He's okay. I mean, he just created a problem for himself, but I think he can work it out. I mean, he can just roll through and shoot the 8 right here. He might have to stun run it. I'm not sure if he might be in a situation where he rolls out too much. Yeah, he's just going to go this way. Well, problem here is that it's near impossible to shoot this without moving to 15. He may try something else, try to go 1 and then 8. Yeah.
Oh, he's on it now.
He's got it now. Yeah, he's fine.
So Albinario run is 28.
And that's perfect. So that's the right play because you're guaranteed you're going to get that shot, and this is a good angle to get on it. Yeah. Heck, Albin might just run out from here.
Oh, he's big. He's just, I think he's okay, yeah. Just okay. So, it's another mountain for Stubb to climb. He almost got there with his last visit.
Yeah, this one he needs to draw. It's coming into the bottom of the 14. Yep.
Oh yeah, got a bailout ball and everything here. He can get to work now straight away. As soon as you get that bailout ball, you know you can get to work, and you'd be unlucky not to have a shot of some description somewhere along the line if things go a little bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, he's going to roll through and then shoot the 8 ball probably, and he's off and running. Yeah, it's another table that's sitting really good. He's got a couple break balls already on one side, the 12 and the 9, and well, actually the 3 too. I mean, everything's wonderful. He just has to figure out how to get to the balls that are in the rack.
Well, he's had a little nudge there.
Yeah, the little nudge probably made it worse, not better.
Yeah, he's going to have to deal with that now. I mean, again, he's dead straight in 11. That's another problem. But he can certainly easily get below these 2 balls.
Yeah,
if he needs
he's
to.
got a lot of options here. I mean, he could roll forward and then use the 3 ball right now to get to him, and you still got the 12. I'm not sure what that was.
Well, I mean, the angle he's got in the 3, he can certainly pot the 3 and run to the rail and come across.
No, that's
that's
no good.
No guarantee you're going to be any good. That's where you're playing shots and just relying on being on another ball. You've got to be trying to make it definite.
Yeah, he may have to shoot the 3, but that's not a good ball to get into the rack with. It's not good from the backside or going straight across.
Well, he's got the nudge on the 4. I don't know whether that's really made it.
Well, he came out pretty good. He's got the 4 or the 9.
Yeah,
he's got the combination on the 13-6. I mean, heck, he's even got the 5 ball maybe. He came out of that pretty good.
Now, he might just come, if he he's going for the 4. I thought if he potted the 9, he could just come back across into the gap.
Well, I think this basically solved all his problems. I mean, there's... Well, he underhit that.
Yeah. So it's...
and the combo's still there, but it's not sitting so good now. I'd be reluctant to shoot that. I think the 9 ball goes. He's looking at it. And he's coming up short again. Well, maybe he's playing the 13.
Well, 12 ball's a break shot. 10 ball at the back of the pack.
Well, this is a chance. He's probably just going to bump a ball here. Most likely the 6. You just got to make sure you bump it towards the pocket. Well, he decided not to. I actually like that play better because...
The yawn had started, guys. It started a bit late tonight. I think that cup of coffee kept me awake. Oh dear, what's he done? Oh dear.
He way overhit that ball. Wow. Yeah, I mean that was just that was just unfortunate.
He's got no shot. I mean, he's got an ambitious combo in the 7-12 if he wants it. He's got a really crazy thin cut in the 7 to try and get it in the side. It's beyond the halfway line in the side pocket.
I don't think the pattern he played was poor as much as he just screwed it up. Yeah, that 7 cut in the side that's a pretty thin cut. I mean, the good news is you're close to it. The bad news is the cue ball is going to be traveling at a high rate of speed.
I think that's what he's looking at. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute here. He's trying to cut in. No, he's calling a safety.
No, he's not. He's calling a safety, really.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to try to put it on the 6 ball. Boy, this is a tough shot.
Yeah, he's. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad shot if he could pull it off. It certainly wouldn't leave anything, I don't think. But I think he's thinking twice.
I'm not sure cutting the 7's a harder shot than that safety. That's a tough safety.
He's called.
He's going to back cut the 7. Which visually, I think this is a harder shot than the side pocket. But
it's trying to cut this into the corner.
cut angle wise, this is less than the side pocket, but visually it's a little bit more intimidating.
Oh no, wait a minute. Is he cutting it? Is he cutting it
He's
that
cutting
way?
it in the corner, yeah.
No, I don't see the shot he's doing.
Yeah, he's cutting a 7-ball into the corner.
Into this corner here.
Yeah. He's cutting the 7-ball back. He's back cutting it.
I thought for a minute there he was looking at the other rail. That's unlucky. In fact,
no, that's not. No. That's not unlucky. That's not understanding where the cue ball's going.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, if you play one pocket a lot and you shoot those shots, and that cue ball coming back like that, you learn when you're not used to shooting that shot. You don't think about the cue ball. You're just thinking, oh, all I have to do is make this ball.
Did he really have much control over what was going to happen with that cue ball?
Oh
there?
yeah, he could have put some spin on the cue ball. I mean, obviously it makes the shot harder, but he could have.
Well, the run ends in 41. It's 145 to 75.
Well, he's got his choice here. He can either cut this or play the carom. I mean, the carom is there too. It just depends on what he decides he wants to do. It looks like he's going to try to cut it, which is going to get the cue ball into the 12.
Oh,
well, there was some risk involved there, but he got away with it. The carom was safer as far as what was going to happen with the balls, but it was probably a little tougher shot to shoot.
Oh, he's going to have to play a good shot off this, though.
Yeah, this is you play like 3 rails. You draw this ball and go long rail, end rail, and come out and then shoot that 5-6, in the corner they're closest to. That's the shot here. You wham this thing, but you don't use much English because you want it to open up. Oh, all right, you can do that, run into them. The Filipinos shoot that kind of shot a lot, where they would take that thing and go 3 rails around the back of them. He took a chance running into him, and he didn't come out very good. He might play safe here.
Oh, he's looking for every option under the sun, so he's either rolling this into the side or cutting it into the side and spinning it. I think that's what he's thinking for a second.
Yeah. I mean, there is a safety here. He can roll this up on the 6, but he's probably going to end up giving up a bank if he does. It's just a question of, a lot of times in this situation, it's how well you know your opponent. If you think Albin's not going to like the bank, then I just roll this 5 up on the 6 and leave him a bank. But, I think if he does that, he's going to leave a pretty easy bank in the side pocket.
Trying to get out behind the 6.
Well, I mean, that was a great idea, but he didn't quite get there. I don't think he can shoot this. It's just, yeah.
Stubb thinks he can shoot it, though.
Well, what's going to end up happening is he come in the back of the rack, and then the next question is, the 6 ball going to get to the pocket before another ball hits it? I mean, this is a viable shot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everything was fine except he missed the ball.
Yep, and he's got a good hit in the pack, and this pack of balls are all Albinarios.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to end up costing him. And, I mean, I think the decision to run into those balls, he took a chance, but, he had a shot going, the 3 rail shot, where he was going to get perfect on the 5 or 6. And, but he probably just didn't recognize that shot. It's a funny shot because if you play it with English, the cue ball kills and doesn't open up off the 3rd rail. So you kind of got to hit it with like straight draw, which most people aren't used to doing. Most people hit that shot with draw in English.
Well, has Stubb played his last shot?
Well, you never know. I mean, Albin's certainly capable of running out. Of course, he's might be capable of not running out too. Oh my God. Oh God, that's
Surely you can't be
painful to
serious.
watch.
I am serious.
Oh God.
And don't call me Shirley.
You're way
Well,
off. I say you're way off this time, son.
That's just a loss of focus there, and you know it happens to everybody. And that's just, but it's painful to see it.
Yeah. Well, dare we say it? If Albinario is going to, and we know how generous Albinario can end up being. We've seen it enough times where whether it be fatigue or lack of concentration or whatever it is that sets in and distracts him, he's now given a lifeline to Stubb.
Well, I don't like to see anybody do that, you know, unless it's my opponent. Then it's okay. But everybody else I'm going to feel sorry for because I know how painful that is.
Oh dear. Well, let's see what Stubb's made of. He's 67 behind, and then well, he just cannot afford to make another mistake. I think Albinario's already learnt his lesson from that last visit.
Well, you know, Stubbs played pretty good. I mean, his limitation is still his straight pool knowledge, but he's played pretty good. I think he's playing better straight pool. He's improved, and I'm a little surprised to hear myself saying that, but I really do think he's gotten better. But I think he's going to need things to go his way for him to catch up and have a chance at winning.
Yeah. And what's he got here?
He's got kind of a funny little angle here.
11 balls.
He can just shoot this 3 ball and roll forward and shoot the 13.
So now the hard work starts.
No, you just kind of roll this and then shoot the 7 and opens everything up.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking ahead. He's got to get to the end of this rack, get into the next one, and get on a roll.
Yeah, well, you know these balls are sitting good. You got to deal with what's in front of you. You can't worry about whether you're going to run 60 balls. It's only one rack at a time. Well, what's he doing? Why is he not shooting the 7 ball?
He's going to take it now.
Yeah, I mean, that I'm not going to tell you that's a terrible play because it gets a ball out of the way that could potentially end up another ball landing on. But I would have shot the 7 where he was because you're guaranteed you have the shot. You know, there was no guarantee he was going to come back and get this kind of angle.
Oh dear.
No, he could not have. I mean, he could have hit that easy and gone forward, or there's a lot of things he could have done. He just about stuck himself there.
Now, he's on the 1.
Well, he's going to probably go. Well, I mean, the simplest thing is 1-8-15. And then it's just a question of how you're going to go on the 15. I'd probably want to go 3 rails because pulling it back is going to be kind of funny. I'd play position and go 3 rails around it. Oh, and I certainly wouldn't have done that, but I think he's come out fine.
Yeah, he's going to do a little bit of spinning, I think, unless he's going to.
Yeah, he's going to go around behind it 2 rails. Yeah, I mean that was a risky shot because you could have come out, like dead straight.
He's too slow up.
He's okay. I mean, it's not the optimal angle. he needs to draw this a little bit, I think, because he's kind of coming in on the low side
Oh,
of it. And
disaster.
he did not draw it. Oh. Yeah, see, that's a ball you got to draw because he was coming in on the low side of that head ball.
Yeah. Well, hasta la vista, baby.
But in real life, I probably did that a couple hundred times before I figured it out. That, hey, you know what? You better start looking at where the ball's hitting the rack and plan for it.
Stubb says we're supposed to draw. Oh, why didn't you do it?
Well, he may only put a little on it. He needed to put more on it. That's the thing is when you're hitting it with speed, there's a lot more force when it hits the rack, and you've got to overcome that. But that's just part of the learning process. I mean, I guess he is thinking about it. He's just, he just hasn't had that shot enough to realize.
Yeah, just playing this to get to the pocket.
I mean, if there's any doubt with that shot, you're better off putting too much draw on it than not enough. Let's see if he tries to move the balls. Yep.
Oh, he's going right through
That's the way to play that. Get it zinging through the rack.
Yeah, that 11 ball go, because if it does that, no, it doesn't.
No, it does not. And he can shoot the 7 if he wants. He can shoot the 9 ball here. He can shoot the 2 ball. He's got a lot of choices. He's just got to decide how he wants to move through the rack. He's probably shoot this 13 and stop it. He's going to go the other side. I'd want to get to that side and start working on that 9, 10, 8, 5. I would rather shoot the 13 here and stop it and then shoot the 9 ball. Well, that's fine too, just rolling forward. That's good too. Just got to get those balls out of there now.
11 goes in the side.
And this is what I was talking about before. You don't need to look at the whole table like Clarkie was doing. I mean, in this situation, you just have to deal with these balls right down at this end. And Albin, that really wasn't a very good thing to do what he just did, but he's still okay. Yeah, this 8 ball is real natural. Go 3 rails and come back and shoot, the 2 ball or the 3 ball or. Looks like he's going to hit this easy. He's got real good speed control. If I tried to hit a ball like that in VP, the object ball would get about halfway to the hole.
You mean the Larry shot you're talking about, Steve?
Yeah, I'd be shooting a Larry shot.
Yeah. Larry gets him halfway to the hole in straight pool finals.
Well, he got himself funny here. So he's struggling a little bit right now getting through this rack. He's been out of line just about every shot. This one's a little tricky here. You need to bump the 1 ball or play for the 1 ball on the side because getting on the 9 or 5 is no guarantee. I mean, you can get on the 5, you play all the way down, but yeah, I like that shot. Play for the 1 ball, and that was the most guaranteed position.
Well, this is a shot Stubb had earlier in the match, wasn't it? Was it 3 into the side or something like this?
Yeah, you just don't want to baby this. You don't have to hit it real hard because you got enough angle. You want to hit that 12 and roll through. Just like that.
Oh, he's overcut it.
And he missed it.
Well, I think this is last chance saloon for Stubb this time.
I'm kind of surprised he missed that shot. I mean, the angle he had for that shot, the pocket was big, so I mean, it was, he just overcut it.
Yeah, Stubb will be relieved it's only 9, so Stubb's first target get to 100.
Well, we all know that Albin's a very nice person, and he likes to give people chances.
Yeah, he's at it again. He's
Yeah.
given Stubb encouragement to get back in this, and you start giving Stubb enough chances, he's going to find a run, and that's what Albie has to be. I'm sure he's fully aware that that's got the potential that it can happen.
Well, Hairpig, I wouldn't go that far on that shot to say that I could make it, but yeah, I mean, if you hit him harder, you tend to overcut it, but he didn't really hit that hard. I mean, that's the thing is with shooting pool balls, is the harder you hit them, the less it throws. And if you hit them real hard, they don't throw much, and if you hit them real soft, they can throw a lot. But that really, I didn't think that shot was, the way he hit it, it was going to overcut from the speed. I think he just missed it.
What about somehow trying to find your way into the pack and then ball in hand for the break shot off the one?
Yeah.
If it came to it, if it falls that way, let's see what happens.
The one's too low to play the two-railer into the back unless you get perfect on it, which is kind of hard to do. But we'll see how he comes up out of this. If he comes up the right way, he may not know that shot. That's the problem.
Right.
This 9 ball is awful close to try to use for a break ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure it's possible. It's very, very tight. He may try it. We'll see.
Looking at the angle he's got in the one, I don't think there's any way he's going to finish in the triangle anyway. He wouldn't be that unlucky to somehow find a way in there, but that'd be no good to him because the 9's at the back of the pack, so I don't know what he's thinking.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'll shoot the 9 ball here, but we'll see what he decides to do.
2 rails to get someone like that. That looks tight to me.
Well, the problem is I'm not even sure you can shoot it even if you get over there.
He's trying to get there into that spot. He's done his best to get there. And he's got there.
It does. Okay, there's a little more room there. I'm not quite sure we're used to the visual on the rack here. There's a little more room than it looks like.
I must admit, it looked very tight to me before the balls went to the rack.
This shot is tricky, though, because where he is on the rack, it's real easy to end up scratching on this. I think he almost has to hit this with outside to throw it. This is a tricky shot.
Yeah,
he's thinking about jacking up, and that actually isn't a bad idea. I think he made a pretty good choice by jacking up a little and stunning that, because going forward was fraught with with risk.
He's got no shot other than a thin cut in 8.
Yeah, but this is a good shot. I mean, this. I'd be happy if I had this shot after having to break him like that, because I figure I'm not missing that 8 ball. Now, in real life, I don't know about virtual pool, but in real life, I'd be pretty comfortable shooting that 8 ball.
Well, he's given a good study around the stack of balls, but I don't see any other option. So he's made his mind up. I think he has.
He was putting English on that shot when he was looking at the 8 ball. I definitely would not shoot that with English. I think that makes it harder. If I was, it'd only be a little bit.
Well, he's looking at the 2 and thinks he can. Does he think he can see enough of this to cut it up the table?
Well, I don't know. I think the 8 ball's a way easier shot than the 2 ball.
He's looked at all his options and he's fallen back on the only one that's really the best choice.
Let's see how he hits this, whether he hits this with English or hits it more flat. I would hit this probably just about center ball. And I'd probably draw it, try to get it to hit the 6 and then the 12 and just try to control it and not have it go up table. I mean, not a lot of draw. See, he's putting English on this, and I don't like that as much, trying to throw the ball.
Yeah, bottom left.
Yeah. I don't like shooting. I don't like shooting it with a lot of English. I mean, a little left might be okay. He's way out there. I'm not saying that he's not going to make it. I don't like it as much this way. Well, he hit it good.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get a bonus ball. So
he's liking it. He's liking it now. He hit that really good. That was pretty much center pocket.
He's got an easy 12-2 combo, and that gets him to the 14, which goes at the back of the 5. It goes in the gap between the 10 and the 7, so I mean they're going to get tidied up anyway. So
yeah, and what you're saying there, Hugh. I agree with that 100%. Is when you get something like that 12-2, I mean it's easy and it's safer a lot of times than trying to start moving those balls. And I think a lot of players don't, they don't like combos, but I mean that thing is sitting so good, it's near impossible to miss it.
well, I mean if I was at the table right now, I've already spotted that 12-2, so I'm just going to work my way around to try and get to a spot, but it's getting ugly at the moment.
Well, you play shape for it right now.
One
you
under
play
the
over
6.
you play over for the 13 ball shot and the 12-2. You're probably going to get one of them. Or you go up here for the 3. That would be fine too. You go 3 and then 12-2. I mean, this is a simple shot here. You just hit it with a little bit of left English and let it float out, and you're straight in on those things.
Well,
okay, he's perfect. Is he going to shoot it? Maybe not. He's going to shoot the 13 probably, or the 11. So he's going to try to get into him, which, well, no, he's not even doing that. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Well, if he's drawn off this 13, he's then committed to get to the 12-2, and he'll block himself off maybe in the 11. And I think
I'd shoot the 12-2 now. The only thing that's funny about it's angle. He'd have to go to the rail.
Well, there's your answer. He's gotten into them.
And he's come out okay. I mean, he may end up having to shoot the 6 ball here, but he's still got the 13.
So it's big focus time for Stubb, 102 to 156. So
he's just doing things the hard way still. He's having to work a little bit too hard to get through the rack, where Albin was picking him apart, with really good patterns. Stubb is struggling a little with, how to play him.
Now, 12 ball off the side rail for a break shot, 13 ball, 14 ball at the back of the pack.
Although I will say, I think that the VP rack breaks so good, that 12 rail break shot's better in VP than it is in real life.
And got to get up the table and get that 4 ball dealt with, unless he's using the 4 to get to the 12. I mean, he could use it.
The forest sitting in a funny place to, because it. I'm not saying it's bad, but you got a plan to get up there because you can't shoot it from the middle of the table. You've got to get down to that end.
Yeah, I think he'll be doing that now. I mean, if you look at the 13, I mean, he could go 4 ball. He'd have to take 2 14 and run out the table for the 4 to land in the 13 for the break shot.
Yeah, he's okay. He's got a little angle. You needed to make sure you had angle on that 14 ball. So this is just standard, pick your diamond. So on this kind of shot, I'd be looking at maybe just past the first diamond past the side pocket, like a diamond and a quarter, diamond and a half. He's a little bit short, but he's okay. I think he's going to have to spin this to get the angle. He's going to need to put a fair amount of right English on this to get the angle on that 13 ball. Yeah, he didn't quite get the angle he wanted coming into that long rail.
Oh,
and he's hit it good.
He's sitting pretty. This is ideal.
That was well played. So I like this far away. You know, just a gentle draw should be fine here. Get the ball curving into the rack a little, and you can put a little speed on this one too.
Again, he's taking his time, getting himself lined. He's got a shot.
Well, he didn't hit it real hard, but he came out good. The cue ball got away from the rack, which was the important part.
He's taking the 8 to get into them straight away.
Yeah, well, I like that because it's sitting good, and he's got the 3 ball. I mean, now he's not looking at it. I would definitely shoot the 8 ball here because you just came up on this perfect, and you know you're going to get a shot on the 3 or the 6. You hit this and juice the ball up and drive it through those balls. Yeah, now he's looking at not doing it.
Well, I mean, this is an open invitation to come to the party. I mean, get right into this.
Yeah,
8 ball.
You're going to need to get that spread out. Might as well just do it right now.
Well, he's going to improve the situation a lot more than he's going to create problems, I would imagine, from this shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't look like he's going to do it, and I think that's a mistake. I mean, it'll probably work out for him, but you know, why not do it right there? I mean, almost guaranteed to come up with a shot.
You see, that's what interests me as to why that ball is sitting there like that, and Stubbs doesn't take it. I'm trying to work out his game plan from there. Is he trying to get onto the 14 in the opposite, in the same corner pocket as this 6 to try and break him from that side? I
see guys do that all the time. I saw Albin do that quite a bit earlier in the tournament, and he's not doing it now. I think he's learning that, you know, to take advantage when you roll up on something like that, whether it was planned or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You've got to see everything that you might land on the spot that you weren't intended to, and lo and behold, you've found a way to break the pack by accident.
See, now there's a lot of looking around going on, and you know, I mean, there wouldn't have been any looking around going on if he would have drove that cue ball through those balls and spread everything out. It would have been, you know, easy table. So now he's got to figure out how to get to him.
He can go low to the short rail of the 7 and try and get into them from that.
Yeah, you can, but that's, you know, there's some risk involved there because that's not a great angle to come at him. You're going to have to really wham that thing because you don't have any, you know, balls near the corner pockets to save you if you get stuck on the rack. So you're going to have to smoke it.
That's what he's going to try, I think.
Well, this is an open invitation to run into trouble here.
Unless he's trying to come around onto the...
You either want to hit on the right side of the 2 or the left side of the 12. And when I mean right or left, I don't mean way right or left, but you know, you got to get the cue ball to go sideways. If you get it right in the middle of that 2-12.
Well, the way he's lined just now, he's not playing to get into those balls. He's playing to go around behind the 3 and 4.
Yeah,
look at this setup.
I would rather try to get on the 4 ball at this point to move him because I don't like this kind of shot. I've gotten stuck on the rack too many times shooting this shot.
Now he's trying to do it, and
he came out of it pretty good.
Well, he's got.
I mean, he was definitely taking a chance there, but he hit it with a fair amount of speed. So I mean, he's got the 11 ball, and he's got the 14 ball, so he's okay.
That 3 ball is too tight past the 12 to get into that other corner.
Yeah, the 12 ball goes. I mean, he's fine here. I mean, he solved the problem eventually. He just made it harder than it should have been.
15 ball frozen to the rail.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can go from that 15 ball to the 12 ball easily. So that's what I'd be thinking about there, is that get real straight on that 15, shoot it, and then shoot the 12 ball. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking about trying to move those balls, shooting a 10. I'd shoot the 5 here and then go 15, 12. Just make it really simple. Yeah,
Well,
that's too much angle on it. I guess he's going to draw back here if he can do it without sucking it in the side pocket. I think he can get past the side pocket. Well, I wouldn't shoot the 12 in this situation. I mean, the 15. That's just the wrong angle. That's an invitation to miss that shot.
Well, he looks. I thought he was thinking about the. I mean, the 10 would do as a break ball as well, but.
Yeah, well, he should either shoot the 10 here or the 9 here. One of those two shots. If he's shooting the 9, he's shooting it to get on the 15. If he's shooting the 10, he's shooting it to run into the 12-3. I would rather shoot this 9 ball because I think he's got a situation where he can suck it back past the side pocket. I mean, that's the only thing about it is it's you got to make sure you don't suck it into the side pocket.
Oh, he's finally made up his mind what he's going to do.
Yeah, see, I don't like this shot. And the reason I don't like this shot is this is a shot that you hit with left English. But the problem is that it's real touchy. I mean, especially on VP. Well, he's not going to shoot it. I mean, eventually he's going to have to shoot that 15 ball, and I think you want to be pretty straight on it.
Well, 2 balls a break shot then. I think that's what we've decided. He's now trying to get onto the rail so he can drop dead onto the 12.
I'll tell you what, if you are going to shoot that 15 and you got angle, you got to hit it with speed. Just trying to hit that easy is a tough shot.
Oh, he wants to just kill this stone dead.
Oh, he just needs all he needs to do is try to hit a stop shot.
Yeah, just a nice little stunt, kill it stone dead, and he's fine.
Yeah, ideally rolling forward a touch. Being where the 15 ball is with the cue ball would be perfect, but I mean, this shot's a scary shot.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, the 3 doesn't go, or does it go now? That still looks far too tight to me.
But he's fine. I mean, the 12 ball goes, and he's just going to run over to the other long rail. I mean, I think that was a smart shot. It was better to get too much angle than risk being straight in on that 12. Sharky says, imagine Stubb actually learning. He might become good. Well, he might. I'll tell you what, if he keeps playing straight pool, his 9 ball game is going to get a lot better. Because this game will teach you some things about playing patterns, and you get rid of some of that craziness. He could be dangerous. Well, this is that funny little angle. You got to decide where you're going, forward 2 rails or trying to hold it.
Yeah, he's
If you're
going.
going to go forward 2 rails, you got to put a fair amount of English on this. Make sure you get around the corner.
Well, he's got a feather right on it. That looks a good pace. Yep. Looks good enough to go. Shot. The run goes to 33. He's 34 behind.
This one's coming in on the 15 ball, fairly straight. You need to draw this. He doesn't have to be ridiculous, but he's got to draw this some. And he looks to be pretty low on the cue ball. It should be okay. Yep. And, a little underhit again. It's like, guys are afraid to hit the break shot. You want to hit that harder than that.
Where's his next ball, Steve? Where's his next
He
ball?
can shoot
12?
the 9 or the 12. The 9 or the 12, I think, is what he's got. The 4 is a possibility too. But the 9 ball, he's only got partial pocket. Looks like he's going to shoot the 12, and I'd imagine he's going to go back and forth and come across for the 10 or the 11. He's looking at the 4 now, which, you know, that's not a bad shot, really. He's going to get into the rack real heavy here. He can control the cue ball. But he's hitting it. I'd be hitting this a little English outside to make sure I hit the rack.
Well, I wouldn't have played that. I would have went for the 12 because I didn't fancy that cut in the 4.
I shoot that shot a lot in real life, but, you know, I mean, you got to be real confident of making that ball because you can't afford to miss it. I mean, and
oops, I hit the wrong button there, guys.
That didn't look like it was really very close either.
Yeah, I don't know why he convinced himself and talked himself into taking the 4. I thought the 12 was. I think his worry about the 12 was getting on the next ball.
Yeah, well, the way he shot it, you know, that was a shot I would have spun because that was the way to get it back in the rack. I would have hit that with a full tip of right English. But if you're not confident in your ability to cut balls, and that's a terrible shot to shoot.
Okay.
I mean, he hit that so fat it hit the rail about an inch past where the ball was.
Yeah. So, what was it? Runner 34. 1, 2, 3 Albinario. 1, 5, 7 and counting.
Yeah, well, I mean that was a major mistake there by Stubb because he was looking like he might catch up, and now he's looking like he might lose his turn.
There's an easy combo there Albie had in his went for the 9.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
He'd look, I don't know whether that was a good combo now that I look at it. But anyway, he shouldn't have missed the 9, but as you said earlier, Steve, he never had a full pocket in that 9.
Well, I mean, this was the thing that Hairpig was mentioning before about, you know, how the ball throws. You hit it that easy, it's going to throw a lot. And, you know, you've got to play more cut when you're hitting it easy. And he didn't. And, you know, the 7 was on the fat side of the hit. And I mean, that wasn't close to getting by the 7.
Well, if I'm Albinario, I'm getting funny thoughts creeping into my head here after that shot. Because, you know, Stubbs been given another invitation to the party. Okay, he's got work to do. But you start giving your opponents encouragement. Where's that 15 ball going? I was looking to see if it was a combo up table, but it isn't. But, you know, Stubbs getting his chances, and all he needs to do is keep putting his... I mean, that last one was 34. If he gets another 30-odd here and ducks for cover, he's right back in it. And Albinario is beginning to feel the pinch. Good evening to Hoggy. So, there's nothing in that cluster that's there. Nothing at all. 12 balls a good ball to get into them. So, he's slightly the wrong side of the 11, but there's no reason why he shouldn't still take the 12 next. Just roll this in. He should be able to catch something. It's not ideal, but I think he can catch something here. And then if he gets stuck in the balls, he's got a bailout up table. Good hit. Good evening to Keith. Late to the party again. Well, we're only 2 hours and 34 minutes into the match. But this is beginning to take a nasty turn if you're Albinario. Okay, we're in the early stages of this visit by Stubb, but it's only 6 and counting. And he edges ever closer to Albi.
Yeah, well, Albin's last 2 innings at the table weren't pretty.
Well, that's a point that Bedhead makes. I mean, we've been 2.5 hours at this, and you've always got to remember that it's 11. What is it? It's 11:35 here in the UK, and it's 12:35 in Sweden. So it's the early hours of the morning for Albinario. He's probably had a day at work. He's probably like me, exhausted, and now when you're sitting here focusing and concentrating for 2.5 hours, signs of wear and tear start to creep in. Stubb has to take advantage of all these opportunities.
Yeah, he needs to make it a little easier on himself, and I'm not sure his game's at that point where he can. So, he may have a lot of tough racks to struggle through, but he's been doing it pretty good so far. I mean, he's not always playing the best patterns, but he's been getting through racks. Let's see what he decides to do here. Yeah, I think that's a good choice.
Now, is it just a little gentle cut into the side and run up the table, or is he going to stun it into the corner?
No, I'd run this up the table. It's on a good line to do it. He might have to hit it with just a teeny bit of left English to hold the cue ball from opening up too much. But yeah, I'd definitely be going forward here. Yeah, if he doesn't hit this with left English, I think it's going to open up too much. He decided to go the other way.
He's going dead straight, I think.
Yeah, that's just not confident of the line the cue ball is going to take and being able to control it. And because of that, and now he's got the old 2-railer.
Juice up time. And
he didn't put any English on.
He didn't put English. Yeah, he didn't run it. You
got to put right English on that and come around into the back of the rack. I mean, that was actually kind of surprising. I mean, he should know better.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw Mr. Sharky, or Sharky 9, I should say? When was the last time you saw him in VP4, Keith? Bear in mind, you're never in VP4 either. Probably 10 years, is it?
Yeah, hey, Keith.
Well,
that was pretty well played. Let's see if he gave anything up.
Well, it's only 13 to Stubb, but it's 13 with a safety, unless Albinario is picking some 5-ball combo here.
It's... I'm looking at this thing. It's a little bit dicey on that 15 ball. I don't think it's going to go. He's playing the 6. Kind of surprised he's not just playing safe. And around she goes.
Well,
where she stops, nobody knows.
Well, I'll tell you, he's maybe going to look at this combo now, Steve. He's having a look at it.
Yeah, it's...
I think he's actually. I think he's behind the pocket right now, looking at it from this side.
It's close, but I'd be afraid to shoot it. It looks like it's going to hit the tit on the end rail.
Yeah,
I would be afraid to shoot it. Now,
well,
the only problem with doing that is you may line it up perfect doing something like that.
yeah, let's see if Stubb takes the bait. Let's see if he's going to juice it up. You see, Stubb doesn't hang out. He's calling a bank.
Yeah, I don't get this, because why shoot this shot?
Well, he's trying to hide the cue ball for a start, which is not a bad call, but he hasn't got there.
Yeah, but in that case, you just call safety. If you're going to try to stick the cue ball on the rack back there, you call safety, because if you make the 15, you don't want to be stuck on the back of the rack.
Well, the one doesn't go now that the 15's out of the way. The one doesn't go, so now.
Well, he's got a shot here. I mean, he's got to figure out how to get some balls off the rack, but 7-12 will not probably throw hard enough in VP. The balls are just too clean to throw that ball in, probably. I mean, if I was playing VP, I'd know for sure whether that one ball would go. I mean, you'd have to hit it easy, but it would have to throw about a half a ball to get it in the pocket.
Yeah.
And certainly not from this side. It has to be from the other side.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, Stubb. Well, he can get the 10 ball, but what else is he going to get?
Well, I mean, you can play that one ball if you understand how much it's going to throw. I mean, in real life, with most ball sets, you could throw that in, but I don't know about in VP. I'd be afraid to shoot it because, well, if you're playing in the hog pen, for sure it goes. But with these balls, they're very clean, and I just don't know that you can shoot that. Yeah, he's running out of things to look at.
What about the 7 up the table, Steve?
Well, again, that one would have to throw. It might go.
When you look at behind the pocket, it looks horrible.
Yeah, it
looks as if it's going
it's hitting a long rail.
Yeah.
Well, I think the 8 ball might be a potential shot.
Well, he's going for the draw off the 11 and banking the 11. That's what he's doing.
To make the 8 ball, you would have had to cut it off the 4 because a dead carom wasn't there. Well, now what's he going to do?
Well, he's going to have to bend this big time around the 7 and play it perfect if he's going to pot the 9. I don't see a lot else on for him.
Well, the 4 ball off the 8 ball is a potential shot. I mean,
why?
Again, it's one of those shots where you gotta really know what it's going to do.
Why doesn't he just cut the 9 up the table, send the cue ball into the corner here like that, somewhere around here? That way he covers the 14 into the corner pocket up table.
The problem with cutting a 9 ball is missing the kiss.
Yeah, the double kiss, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can shoot the 4 ball carom, but at this point, I probably wouldn't at this point in the game unless I was really sure. Well, he just fouled, so that's... I don't know how much that's going to hurt him in this situation. I mean, I don't think...
Well, Stubb will just stick it to the 12 if he can push this 7 out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to force Albin to do something.
Oh.
But I would have been taking quite a long look at the rack before I got up and did that, just to make sure nothing was crazy was sitting in there.
Is Albinario trying to drop behind the 13 here? A little stun.
Yeah, I think Albin's in trouble here. Let's see what he comes up with.
No. Well, he's on one foul, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, taking a foul here is not really a great option. I mean, you can and hope that Stubb makes a mistake, but if you take a foul and put it in a bad place, and Stubb can just bump the cue ball, take a foul, and you're in real trouble.
It's called the kick.
I think this is a reasonable shot in this situation because he doesn't have much. That ball is sitting at a pretty good distance. It's a little further away than is optimal, but it's sitting pretty good. I'd be trying to kick this 2 rails, come off the end rail into the 8 ball.
Right, so he's got rid of the call safety, so he's made his mind up it's the 8.
Yeah.
And
yep. And he hit it good.
The unfortunate thing is he just didn't get a little rollout.
Well, I mean, he's got the combination. He's got the 1-2 combo, and that's a reasonable shot. I mean, I think that's what he's going to end up shooting. And the good thing about it is if you overcut that one a little, the 4 ball might be sitting good enough to help you. I don't think that's a terribly difficult combination. I would expect him to make this. The only thing is this is that shot where, you know, it's better to overcut this a little because the 2 ball is going to throw. These zigzag shots, you need to cut the first ball more than you think because of the ball throw.
Right, what's the conversation going on about here? It wasn't called. What he's talking about he called safety and then he called the 8 ball. The 8 ball was called as a kick.
Another 20 minutes. Let's see what he does here.
Well played.
Good. Yeah, I expected him to make that. I mean, that
cut the 9.
My opinion, guys don't shoot combos as much as they should playing straight pool on BP. And I think it's just because they're not used to shooting them. Because let me tell you, combos are a lot scarier in real life than on VP, you know, where you got a perfect stroke.
Right, who's this idiot in the room?
Is it Snakes?
No, I don't know who it is, but he's not. It says something Alex, and then he's typed Snakes. Another gratis name. The Albinario is just having to try and dig his way through this and construct something here. So again, he's working hard.
Yeah, well, maybe he's going to bear down now and get this thing done.
Yeah, I think he's he needs to. It needs to come to his attention that things have sort of gone off the rails in the last few visits.
He needs to shoot the 12 ball here and open these balls up.
Well, the thing is, if Stubbs starting to stir it here, because it's getting to the business end of the match, and he's going on about this 8 ball that Albinario kicked.
Yeah, well, we'll put an end to that. Everybody and their mother saw him.
Yeah, he had safety called on the screen, and then he called the 8 ball. So there's not an issue. We'll get video evidence of it.
I saw what happened. He did call the 8 ball. I just, you know, I don't know what Stubbs looking at. You know, you think he'd be paying attention.
Well, the thing is, he's using the old psychological warfare stuff again, just trying to get into somebody's head who's paying attention to the chat. That's what starts to happen.
Well, you know what? If I was Stubb playing against a guy that had just had 2 terrible innings at the table, I wouldn't start talking and piss him off, because that just might be enough to make him play good.
Exactly.
I mean, he was going bad. The one thing you don't want to do is try to change things when the guy's going bad.
Yeah, you don't start poking at, if you've got a cornered animal, you don't start poking it with a stick. You're only going to annoy it.
It's just, if you're gonna try to game somebody, at least be good at it.
Now, can he get enough of this 13? Yes, he can.
Oh,
I think he's okay. Well, he's okay in terms of can pot the 7.
yeah,
That's about it. That's about it.
Well, he can break off the run, with the angle. It's not ideal. Yeah, he may be trying to put the cue ball in the rack here. I don't know if he's going to go all the way across. Well, he got very good on it. Now, the decision here is whether you're going to go into the 12 ball or not. I actually like trying to play it into the 12 ball here, because chance of getting stuck is pretty low, and you're not going to go up in a corner and scratch. If you draw this, there's a chance you're going to come off the rack and go up into the top corner.
Yeah, he's hit the top part of the rack and headed up table.
But he hit it in a good spot. So he's looking good now. I mean, that rack actually broke up really well.
Yeah, Stubbs taking Clint's advice the wrong way. That's the problem with Stubbs.
Now remember, when things look bad and it looks like you're not going to make it, then you got to get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to move these balls here. He just needs to get a shot on the 6 and get it out of the way that he can play them. I'm not saying he can't bump them, but I mean, they're sitting in a place where he really doesn't need to bump these balls.
No, they're all again, they all just need picking off, because they've all got pockets to go into as long as you clear the pathways.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the line of balls there to the right of the cue ball. Get rid of the. Well, you don't want to get rid of all of them, because the 9 will do as a break shot, the 3 will do as a break shot if you want it. It's just a matter of picking your way through them.
Albin's improved a lot. I mean, he's moving through the racks really well. I mean, I think he's realized that I don't have to move balls. Now, in this situation, he might want to, like, he might want to bump the 4 or the 14. I think hitting the 4 or 14 is okay, not the 14 square, though, because you could get in trouble. You just want to get yourself a shot on that 4 or the 14 or the 12. And I wouldn't be afraid to shoot the 9 right here. And there's nothing wrong with bumping these balls as long as you're bumping them controlled and you're coming up with a shot.
Well, he's going to keep the 9. He's keeping the 9 by the look of it.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but, now he's kind of funny where...
Yeah, why not take the 15 and roll behind the 7 and 8 and get rid of them?
Well, he may be doing that. I mean, he's not going to be shooting a 12 or 14. I think he would have been better off shooting a 9 and moving that 4 or 14 and opening that up right there, because, he could have played for a shot on the 12. Now he's going to struggle a little with those.
Well, he's going to do it now. He's going to get rid of the 6 and roll the 8 or whatever. If he's the bottom side of the 8, he could nudge the 7 just away from the 13 and open that up.
Yeah, well, the tricky part is how you're going to get to that 12-14.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets the right angle on this 8, he can roll over, but, you can also hook yourself on that 9 ball and not have a shot on either one. So you got to be careful there.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking about that now. I mean, he's on one of the problem balls. He's going to run into the 7. He needs to find a way to, presumably, the only other option would be to try and get a hit on them, just to open them and not move his break ball, or drop below the 14 and get rid of it. But he's not really got much of an option to get there, has he?
No, I think, you know, he should have taken advantage of that chance before. I think one of the reasons that Semi got so good at straight pull is he realized when he should bump balls and when he shouldn't bump balls. And, you know, when he bumps them, they were under control. I watched that whole 271 run, and it, you know, he had some things go his way, of course, but it was pretty well played.
Well, he took his break ball out, and he's rolled the 14 into the corner of the pack.
The seven's a reasonable break ball. You just got to get above it. It's sitting in the spot where you break into the top of the rack. I mean, that's actually a pretty good break ball. You just want to get on this 13 ball in a way where you can get above the 7.
Well, Albinario clearly hasn't remapped his replay button.
I'd probably just hit this 14 with inside and kill the cue ball and shoot the 13 in the side and roll up above the 7, and that would be it. He's not going to do that, but he is going to play for the 7 as a break ball, I think.
Well, this is
it's a little tricky from here. The reason I would have played the 13 before the 7 is because it was easier to control the speed, because you can't get like way high on this.
Whoa. And then he's going to be stuck to the rail. So,
see, the problem here is that, you know, there's a chance he could scratch, because he needs to kind of jack up on this a little and stun it, because he does not want to get into the side of the 3 ball. He wants to be up on top.
Yeah.
And he's got himself kind of a little funny on this. I mean, it's a good break ball, but this isn't really where you want to be. Yeah, it's this is a little sketchy. He's going to hit it with speed. Oh, he got lucky there.
Big time.
He needed to stun that with a lot of speed to try to keep the ball up on that 3, and he let it loose and got lucky.
Oh, well. He's got the 11, obviously.
He's got the
12,
11.
The 12
the
squeezes.
15 ball maybe off the rail. I don't know. It's a little tight with the 14. The 12 squeezes by. Yeah, he's fine.
5 ball right now if he wants to.
Well, Stubbs going to be lucky if he gets another chance. Yeah, I think he'll shoot the 15 and then the 5 is my guess. Get a little better angle on the 5.
Well, you can certainly.
This is fine. This your power. A lot of top and power it through. It's going to move sideways and right into the 13 if you hit it hard enough. Yep, he hit it so hard he went past the 13. That was a good play. And that's a shot I see a lot of people on VP not play the right way. Albin's figured that out, that you know, not only does he need to drive it through, but he recognized the cue ball was going to go sideways a lot before it dove into the rack. Yeah, that was beautifully played there.
So, Albinario run a 20 so far, 13 away from the final.
Yeah, I think Stubb will be lucky if he gets another chance. I think this is probably over.
Well, we're going to be over the 3 hours. I thought it'd be a 5-hour shift tonight. I wasn't far off the mark.
Yep, I like that, using the cue ball and killing it. More players ought to play that kind of shot. A little inside and kill the cue ball. Yeah, he's probably going to play position for the 2 ball here. That's what I'd be looking at. I'd shoot the 14 and then shoot the 2 and get that off the 13 ball. He's got a good opportunity. He just isn't looking at it. 14-2. I don't know why he's not shooting that. That's one of those things that isn't that obvious to you, Hugh? You should shoot the 14 and the 2.
Well, maybe I thought he was trying to get to the 4 there to get to the 2, but he's gone a little bit more angle in the 4, so he's...
Yeah, I mean, now he's wondering, how do I get to that? He had 2 shots where he could have shot it.
Well, he's maybe going to get there now, but maybe 2 or 3 shots later than you thought, Steve. I think he might just roll the 3 in and get to the 14 and get in the gap.
Yeah, it's just, going down to the last ball to shoot the ball you have trouble with is really not the best plan.
No,
it doesn't work out.
He doesn't look as if he's doing that either. He's jacked up here at the moment, so I don't know what he's thinking.
Maybe he thinks that 2 ball doesn't go. It looks fine to me. I'm looking at it from over where the 14 is. It looks fine to me. I mean, if you're a little afraid of the cut, then you could always put a little bit of right English on it and throw it a little more. Now he's playing shape to break it. Yep. See, I don't get this because I know that 2 ball goes.
If you're in that spot there, you can certainly get enough of the 2. Well, he's now got a second break ball.
Yeah, well, he got away with it. He must have not thought that 2 ball went.
Well, as long as you're talking about earlier, as long as you can come up with plan B, that doesn't matter. If you don't think it goes and you've convinced yourself it doesn't, you're not happy with it, then you better hope your plan B works out, and it's worked out okay.
Yeah.
So
he's got to decide which one he's going to break off of. I'd probably take the 2 ball.
And Stubb, you just have to watch the replay, Stubb. You'll find out that everything was okay, and you weren't paying attention, I'm afraid.
Yeah, when you watch the replay, you're being an ass.
Yeah.
You just don't realize it now, but you will after you watch the replay.
He won't watch the replay because he knows he's in the wrong. He convinced himself that Albie hadn't called the 8 ball when he had.
It's always got to be something. Somebody's got to be cheating or whatever. There has to be some reason he lost other than Albin played better than him.
So, balls are broken nicely. 2 away. And Stubb trying desperately to avoid a fine by not quitting and letting Albie finish.
Oh, yeah, please quit. I'd love to find him.
So Albie's looking for trouble when all he has to do is roll a ball in and roll another one in. 1 a.m. in the morning in Sweden. And Albinario.
Looks like Albin will be in the hot seat.
Well, Albin is in the hot seat, and as his fellow countryman, there he goes, he's bailed.
Oh, good. We get to do the $1,000 fine.
Well, Stubbs guaranteed to provide the entertainment, so well done to Albinario.
Albin's going to be up another 10 minutes.
That's what I'm going to say. Don't disqualify Stubb. Whatever you do.
He's going to have to wait.
Yeah,
no, I'm not, but I'm going to go find him right now.
Yeah. So well done to Albinario. We'll leave Albinario on his own. I'm sure he'll enjoy the pleasure of his own company in the room until it times out. And the only question now is whether Stubb can avoid a second fine against BEDHEAD in the one-loss side semi-final or the one-loss side final, however you want to describe it. Let's just have a look. I think that's Friday night 9 ball we're on there. And of course that's now messed up the stats. I hope that hasn't messed up Albinario's high run. It will it? I'm damned if that if that's going to ruin his high run. So anyway, Bedhead now waiting on Stubb arriving, and we could have an all-Swedish final.
Boy, I'm going to have to put in a thing where I can do fines because I don't have it. I'm just going to have to take money from him.
Yeah. Now, why did they go back into the event bracket there? Why did they do that? Well, this isn't going to update until that match time's out. But that's going to ruin Albie's high run, isn't it? Is that going to register his high run if the match time's out?
No, it will.
Oh, good.
That is something that I fixed. Where if there's a forfeit like that, what I didn't realize when I DQ'd somebody before is I didn't realize it didn't work on DQ, but it will work. Tell Albin not to leave the room.
Well, I'm out of the room, but I'm sure Albin's wise enough to know that just to wait until it times out. Yeah, he's still in there. He'll not bail out. So Albinario goes into second place on the high run board. He goes on to 85, I think it was. Or was it 84? We'll know it in a minute or two anyway. And you've got Mr. Fox still in the lead, and just 2 matches left to try and get to that high run and beat it. Now, what else was I going to look at? Average run, that's what we're going to look at. And of course, Albie's stats and Stubb stats are still to update once the match is over. Well, there's a surprise. Did we ever think that that Stubb was going to hang around and take it like a man? He never does.
Well, I thought he might. I thought he'd want to avoid the $1,000 fine.
Oh no, he's not bothered.
If he does it next time, it's going to be a $2,000 fine. Eventually, he's going to run out of money.
And by the way, Stubb, when you watch the replay of that called shot, Albinario had called safety. Then he was looking around and changed his mind, and then called the 8 ball as a kick, which he did and which he got. And so there was never an issue or a problem. It's just the fact that you weren't paying attention enough, which is what you should be doing when you're in a match. So that is it, guys. Steve is desperate to get away. I'm desperate to get away. We've been here for 5 hours and more. But well done to Albinario. Well done to Bedhead. And good luck to Bedhead in dealing with stuff in the one-loss side final to see who's going to meet Albinario. Is Stubb going to get revenge? Well, I think Bedhead might just be a bit too strong for him as well. But
that's just brutal because Stubb could have taken that $1,000 and actually stepped up and had a wager with somebody.
Well, he could have. He doesn't do wagers either.
Instead, he's just giving the money away. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's scared. He's scared to play anybody. He'd rather give the money away quitting than actually play somebody.
Now he's having an argument with Albie. Albie, don't worry, everything's all legal and above board. Stubb just doesn't know Albie, what's going on.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Everybody in the world saw you call the 8 ball except for Stubb.
Yeah. So, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for Steve's company.
Double check and make sure, Hugh, that Albie got his high run in those stats.
It's finished now. He's out of the room, isn't he? Let me just do a quick refresh.
He should have, because I fixed that.
Let's have a quick look.
Not that I've ever fixed something and it still didn't work before. But
well, the good news is it works, Steve, because Albie's he's on 85. Mr. Fox in the lead in 87.
Good.
We've got Bedhead in third place on 71. Hairpeg on 67. And Stubb still on 60. So these are the only players left that can affect that high run and have a chance. Meanwhile, the points per turn, Albinario having now played more matches, of course, his average run was going to come down eventually because he still played the least amount of matches out of the players left in the tournament. So he's now down to 15. But the news for Albinario is still good because he's still twice as good as far as points per turn goes compared to any other player. at the moment. So his average run is 23, so it's only dropped by barely a couple of points. So it's still a pretty good standard, and it's still 5 points better than Bedhead. So all the statistics generally point to the direction of Albinario, but Bedhead is still in with a good strong chance. Stubb stats don't meet the requirements to be a champion. That's it in black and white.
I love this comment in the lobby. Game server sucks today. Well,
I've not had a problem.
Did the guy ever think that it only sucks for him because he's having problems with his connection?
Well, I've been in since like 6 o'clock this morning, and I've hardly been out of the lobby, and I've never had a problem. Right,
I know.
I'm letting everybody go. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for your company, Steve. And
thank you guys.
Take care, and we will see you again soon, I hope. And I'll bid you good night.
Good night.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool.